Oh my god. Is that an Elden Ring tournament? The Endacard Weeklies Beginners Bracket? The Nuba tourney? Rila? Confirmed Jaker. Heartbreaker
For real?
Jaker. Are you prepared? Are you excited? Are you
Honestly, it takes a lot to get me excited about this game, but yes, I am. I'm very excited.
You mean you don't want to sit in a rule set committee for 14 hours a day, every single day? Really?
Honestly, if that's what the rest of my life is like, I don't think I would be very happy
No,
about
Mike?
it. Enda, inaudible.
No, I shouldn't be. I see the numbers going up and down. There's Mike. They're fucking with me. That's okay.
Oh. Wait, a Twitch chat fucking with you?
They would
Fucking
never
with
in a
this
million
streamer?
words.
They
They
would
would not in a million fucking years. That's great. Oh, I'm trolling. You are trolling. All right, so welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Stormvale Castle. I hate myself.
I love this so much. You PC players have to know what it's like to be a console peasant once again.
We do. Oh, we very much do. It is delightful. Let me just actually get the health bars back up and running here. Yo, we're so pro. Look how pro we are. We don't have, so just for the record, just so everyone's aware, including Jaker here, the apps aren't completely updated yet. So in other words, the health bars are existing, which is Giga-based. Why no Ensys not charted? It was not working correctly, unfortunately. So people were having frame rate issues and stuff. So we just elected to play on the safe side. I know there was a patch this morning, but we're just going to do that. And let's just take a quick peek at the builds, assuming they're not bricked. Oh my god, they are bricked. But not anymore. Whoa, technology.
I was gonna say, those are some interesting looking rectangles.
They're the best rectangles. There we go. We're going to see Frog, who's rocking the Dex build, versus Burn, who's rocking a Strength build. Should be pretty interesting. So that stuff is working. If you want to see, just before we crack on, and my apologies to the players, if you want to see the problems we're having.
What's that third talisman?
What's that weapon?
In that third talisman slot? Yeah, what is that? What is that weapon?
Look at that! I think these are some really cool armor sets and talismans, guys. Yeah, so that's what we're dealing with right now. The health bars and stuff still work, so I'm pretty content about all that stuff being cool. But ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be, if I'm unmistaken, Embern in blue and Frog in red. Let me just check that everything is working here. The last minute check. Yes, indeed it is. That's crazy. Are you ready, Jaker?
Oh, I am so ready. I've been preparing for this my whole life, you could say.
Alright, well, I will count you in. Ladies and gents, on a 3, on a 2, and a 1. Ale!
And they are off, and we do see the physics coming out from both sides. We saw some hefty bags at the very start of this match, showing some good sportsmanship. Right off the bat, we're seeing, what is that, Frog on the Night Claws. Not seeing those L2s coming out, but taking some significant damage from Embern with those running R2s on Le Patas, which I have to note, the running R2 into R2 combo did not get fixed in this patch, so perhaps it is intended. However, Frog is throwing out some damage of his own with that throwing Ash of War that the Claws of Night have, now switching to what looks like to be the Rakshasa.
I believe
the Great Katana. Yeah.
It's definitely been a pretty big standout from the tourney thus far. I think it's kind of neat. It's a neat little thing. It's a Great Katana with hyper armor, so it does. It allows some slight variations in the Great Cat playstyle. I would wonder whether or not Flaming Strike would be a better option on basic one. I know that Lobero Bobero, the MS Luber who loves games, was suggesting that, but the headshots coming out there. Embern is taking some damage, though, Shaker.
Yeah, no, Frog really brought this back from the beginning after taking so many Pata hits. However, Ember did push him into the corner, but did not take advantage of it. Then got him up against the pillar. Don't you love Stormvale?
Don't you just as she rides off into the sunset. Powerful stuff, powerful stuff. Wow.
And we actually did get a clear look of their armor there. We got to see that Embern was rocking the new dandelion hat, as I'd like to call it.
A dandelion?
A dandelion. Yeah, that's what I think of you, actually.
Oh my
Just a,
god, real?
just a dandy little lion.
You're so bestie. No, the one thing I will say is it is interesting that there was the choice to go for the Rakshasha, which is an interesting one. Definitely an interesting one. For veg forgotten.
Yeah, I could only imagine. I could only imagine the thought process there was to try and force some trades with the hyper armor on the
Oh yeah,
on the
100%.
Rakshasa.
I'm so
Because I mean, you're just so oppressive with those patas, and they have.
Well, they can
have so much
cover. They
range.
can cover so much ground so freaking quickly. It's kind of powerful. Looking at the amount of damage that they're actually able to do, we've seen them do really well in we haven't had the opportunity to see them do well in bracket, just because some things are just so much stronger. You know, we have our backhand blades. Before this, we had thrusting shields, which are still technically allowed in the bracket. There's a bunch of things that are incredibly powerful, and I think that it's going to be interesting to see now that as we open up the meta considerably. I'm going to be super curious to see how it actually pans out. We're going to be very curious to see how it pans out.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially now that thrusting shield has been demoted, possibly down to like C tier, right?
That's
with
actually
recent changes.
That's a really good point, actually. How did you find the patch this morning? I was definitely shocked, appalled, and in a state of terror, realizing I have a tourney right now, and they patched it this morning, and that was an interesting thing to have happen.
Well, you see, what happened? I called Miyazaki last night, and I was like, Enda's putting on this tournament tomorrow, and I think it'd be really funny if you released a patch this morning and just totally threw a wrench into things.
Would you say that that's so funny? Is it so funny?
That's so funny. So funny.
Let me just check in with the players. See that. Well, okay. Cool. But in terms of things that we're going to be expecting to see today, Jacob, I was expecting the one-handed thrusting shield restrictions to still make it like an S-tier setup. So I was fully expecting the thrusting shield to be very dominant today. But it does seem, hilariously enough, that it's no longer going to be an issue. I did some tests with Good Day and Bevan this morning, and oh my god, the stam damage is real.
Stam damage is absolutely real. You could kick them as they're R2ing, right, and still break their guard. Kind of similar to the Carrion Knight Sword.
Yeah.
You could do the same thing.
Which is interesting. I'd be curious as to whether or not it'll see any use now that it has been so heavily nerfed. The Rolling Sparks was preemptively banned. We've kept the same rule set as we did last night. Some of the rules are pretty moot, but we elected to just go for it. We're just waiting on Embern to get back into the.
Yeah, the Rolling Sparks actually they kind of nuked that setup now, huh?
Yeah.
It does nothing, absolutely nothing. Like I was expecting maybe they'd cut the damage in half, but they decimated it.
Oh no, it was a massacre. Bug, unintended mechanic, oversight. They call it a bug. Let's continue calling it a bug then, guys. Trust that it was doing nuclear tier damage. But either way, both players are in. Embern in blue, Frog in red. Count me in.
Well, in a 3, in a 2, in a 1. Ale.
And away we go, folks. And that is gonna be our players getting in. Right off the bat, we are going to see the Talons coming in here, getting some nice chip damage right off the bat with both the Ash of War and, I believe those are actually the R2s, managing to get those headshots there, and actually managing to try and chain those headshots, but the Rakshasha comes out now once again from the side of Frog. Embern keeping up that tasty amount of pressure there to try and force Frog back, but we are going to see just insane chip coming out from neutral here, which is this going to be the play here? You have the Rakshasha there with the hyper armor on the offhand there into the R2s there just to keep up that bit of pressure, and another headshot comes out. I think we're going to see a tally swap here from the side of Embern to try and negate that, but the Rakshasha managing to get those interrupts, and then into a bleed proc.
Oh.
And unfortunately, totally not veg is dead.
Totally not veg, totally Embern, so that brings it up to 1-1. And yeah, I think the Rakshasa in that offhand, going for those hyper armor trades, really benefited Frog there.
I think having the ability to poke from neutral and anytime Embern decided that it would be a funny thing to actually engage, to press a button and say no, was definitely something. Was definitely one of the things. We may see a Pumpkinhead come out. Pumpkinhead, I believe it is Pumpkinhead, isn't it? That
it is, yes.
Prevents headshots. That would be very pro. My god, the PvE is too powerful. Okay, there we go. We got him.
If I'm not mistaken, there's also there's a talisman that prevents headshots too, right? Or am I wrong about that?
There is a talisman as well, but do you go for the tally swap, or do you go for, or what do you go for? Right, it's kind of it's going to be a season to taste kind of deal, I think. Isn't it 1-1? Oh, it is 1-1. Excuse me.
Sure is. 1-1 spelled W-U-N. W-U-N.
Sorry, folks, we're still in the wakey stage of the day so far, but no rest for the
Have you not had your morning Baileys? I mean, coffee.
I am currently injecting caffeine directly into my veins. Alright, the score is 1-1. It is Embern in blue, Frog in red, and on a 3, 2, 1, LA.
And they are off with this physics. And we're seeing some Frostpot usage coming out from the side of Frog right off the bat. It's not going to land, however, that headshot is going to land from the Claws of Night. Just the edgiest weapon you could imagine. Other than, of course, the Rakshasa, which is also very edgy. I'm really appreciating the edge coming from Frog, but Embern says, I don't like it. I'm going to run in there with these R2s. They're going to take a lot of your damage. Frog is now on the back step, on the back foot. Embern throwing out more R1s as Frog just kind of tries to even the odds with a few of these pepperings of daggers from afar, which I could only imagine. We can't see Embern's bleed bar here, but she did get off that bleed bolus, so that's not going to be a problem for her. However, running right into that R1 is going to be an issue. Or, sorry, L1. I should say, however, Frog taking significant damage from those Padas, Embern mashing her heart out, trying to get him down just this last little bit. Frog with the Blessed Dew talisman on, getting a little bit of health back, but gonna get it taken away with a few hits of his own, taking Embern and him about even both within that one-shot range, possibly. Embern is able to close the gap, though, and finish things off with the length of those Padas, the sheer length.
Well, there's not.
I mean, we've heard about 18 inches of Mesmer. Have you heard of 18 inches of Pada?
The length of paths is definitely a thing. Yeah, the range is absolutely insane on those things. They can cover so much ground. They're basically spears. If spears were also had a run R2 combo, which I think is
just little spears on your hands.
Oh, they're nasty. They are incredibly insane, and that is going to be Embern taking the next round. Very well done. Very, very well done. In our best of 5, so first to 3. I have to say, I was kind of excited to see Patas have their opportunity in The Hague. That's why I've allowed them pretty much unrestricted. Just so everyone is aware, just pretend that the patch this morning didn't happen. The whole premise of this is to be able to see certain things in action, which is kind of what I wanted to see. I wanted to see how broken some of the stuff was, while also keeping a relatively balanced rule set compared to like everything else.
Yeah, and actually, we thank you for that, because so far, the only tourneys I've seen since the DLC have been like DLC exclusive tournaments, where we're just seeing things from the DLC. So it's really nice getting an opportunity to look at these interactions between vanilla weapons, vanilla armors, and setups and consumables with DLC stuff.
And we're gonna have people who are more willing to play around with the newer stuff, and it's all experimental, it's all new. People want to see new stuff, and there's some very strong options there. But either way. Heartbreaker Jaker, dude. Will you give us the count in? What could be the last round of this first match? Could be.
We will see in a 3, in a 2, in a 1. Ale, they are.
They are indeed, and the physics are drunk. The daggers are thrown, and even more fan daggers are thrown, basically. Oh my god. But we're seeing some good keep out there on the side. of Frog, who is going to be taking an awful lot of damage there from those exchanges. Embern kind of forced onto the back foot here. Look at that look at that punish and the bleed bolus there, and we see Embern come out with it again. The range in those things, they nearly cover the entire arena. That's definitely, well, you know, we put that in the Hague meeting later. The ICJ is going to have a field day with this one, as we are going to see another force back. However, trying to keep up that pressure, Embern actually managing to get the interrupt in the mash. She's actually able to get some serious damage there. And the Flaming Strike comes out, force back, and she could just mash at him. She mashing, bro, and there's nothing that Frog seems to be able to do except see a loading screen and go straight back into the loser's bracket. Oof!
And
Embern
totally...
in a 3-1 sweep.
Not a sweep, right?
Well, not a 3. We did the details, okay?
Yeah, you know what? We're going to get into semantics here.
No, not semantics. Anything but that. I want to be pedantic, not semantic. That's different, trust.
You anti-semantic.
Oh dear, that's not going on YouTube. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move now on to the next round before I get myself in trouble. Heaven.
No, that's on me. That's on me. You could put that whole thing.
Yeah,
on
I
me.
can just ban you from ever being in my tournaments again. It'll all work out.
You
as well.
you sure could, and maybe that's my ultimate goal. Maybe I don't want to watch any more Elden Ring. Maybe that's my ultimate plan. Playing the long game here, and
well, at least you're nice on YouTube, bro. Okay, let's get this Pablo, actually, I'm really excited to see what he's going to be rocking today. Heartbreaker Jaker. Pablo's been in all of the beginners tourneys so far, I believe, starting with the first one, and he's been doing some work. He's improved a hell of a lot, and that's kind of one of the reasons why I'm super stoked to see how he does here today. There's a bunch of cool people. I know Embern has been in a bunch of the tourneys as well. So it's nice to see people carry on and to see the improvement happening, like slowly but surely. It's actually kind of based, and it's one of the points of these tournaments as well, is to see how people improve and do well. All right, Pablex, and then it's going to be Heavenly One. Okay, cool.
Yeah, no, I think that's what's awesome about these tournaments, giving a lot more people an opportunity to get involved in the scene without having to face down that those nerves of being in one of these tournaments where all the top tiers are, and just being like, who knows?
As I wrote in the bracket, Jaker, there's nothing more demoralizing than your first tourney and you end up getting Space Rangered or Bevaned round 1. Like, that's, I think we should use that as like is it a verb now at this stage? Or, I don't know.
Bevaned?
Bevaned, get him Bevaned.
Bevaned.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, either way, my command of the English language notwithstanding, we have both of our players in, Pablo versus Heaven. Ladies and gents, on a 3, 2, 1. Allez.
All right, and we are seeing the physics come out. We are seeing Pablo in that beautiful new Divine Beast helmet, which I just absolutely adore. It's best fashion in the game. Fight me on that. However, both players kind of dancing around, looking for an opening, looking for a way in to deal some damage, and they're going to start off with a trade. However, Pablo is going to get the follow-up on Heavenly. Heavenly going for, was that the Lita's Ash of War, which actually removes, look at that, his tier is gone. Pablo no longer has bubble tier due to Lita's Ash of War, which removes all effects and buffs and such. Kind of like the law of regression.
That's
However,
hysterical.
Pablo is still hanging on with a pretty significant health lead here. And it looks like Heavenly is now dead.
He is in fact dead. He is in fact dead. This is a true statement. With only a handful of HP to go as well. That's an interesting one about the Ladas that fell outside of my radar completely. That's hysterical. Well, I know what we're banning next time.
Yeah, actually, I forgot to bring that up in the 6 hours of rule meetings I've sat in now.
Didn't you?
No.
Wasn't it closer to 18 hours? Where we argue whether or not 1 point of poise is going to break the game or not? Wasn't that that's where we're at?
I think let's keep on upping the number. Let's go 20 next time. 20 hours of discussing poise limits.
And to land at 109, and I think I'll be taking a little bit of a holiday chat as I go onto ladder and use clean rot until they restrict it. I think that's going to be the play for the foreseeable. But no, honest to goodness, the poise limit we decided for the tourney, looking at the overall meta and the things that I wanted to see and didn't want to see, we elected for 115. What do you think about that, Jake? Or speaking of rule set meetings that are going to take far too long and are overly pedantic about things that don't matter?
See, as somebody who doesn't really, get to have a say because he doesn't know too much, I would say I'm in complete agreement. I think 115 is a much more competitive poise limit. I think that not getting staggered by TS on the first R1 is something nice that we should encourage and that we should let flourish. I would like to see how that changes the meta, and I know that TS kind of took a little bit of a hit with these recent patches and with the DLC, but it is still a very strong setup, and I don't know. I think that at 109 or 110 or anything below, I believe it's 114 like 0.6 or something for the for TS. Anything like that, you're just going to be able to bully with it.
Yeah, it was a bully before, and it most certainly is a bully now, which I think is it's unfortunate that they didn't change. Shamshir is kind of in the exact same. Kind of in the exact same position. Shamshir is very, very dominant now. But there's a new one now that we've had thrusting shields removed, unfortunately. There's backhand blades.
Yes, there are. There are backhand blades. Those are a thing that FromSoft decided to put in their video game. And the world cried.
People, it's definitely one of the decisions ever made. Hang on a second, we need to see the very pro PvE in the full end style. People cried.
People cried.
I don't have anchors on this, unfortunately.
Oh, you don't need anchors to kill the PvE. Look at that.
There we go. Cool. All right, we got their bags in. We're good to go. All right.
All right. I was gonna say just on the topic of TS. Looking at that new Carrion thrusting sword that also acts as a catalyst. Now that they have buffed the spell scaling on there, we might be seeing some of that, which I'm very excited for. But either way,
we are good to go. Jaker, if you count me in at your leisure, bestie.
Yes, sir. In a 3 and 2 and 1. Allez.
Good enough. And there we have it, folks. We are going to see both of our players going for their respective physics. Pablo, right off the bat, leaping into action with that great katana, managing to land that crouch attack there, going for the standing R1. I believe that's going to be... Is that a katana or is that a straight sword here? I believe it's a straight sword here on the side of Heaven. Heaven is just taking damage. Is that an inescapable?
Oh my god. Wait, is that the sword of night?
It might
or is that a great
very well
katana?
be. We do see the great katana on the side of Pablo, but we see, I believe it could be the sword of night. I think you might be onto something on the side of our of Heavenly One. But my God, that was, or was it Lida's? Totally intended backstab. All right, Pablo. Here's the thing. Here's the most important thing that you can learn from these tourneys. If it happens, you claim credit for it. All right, that's the tech. All right, Pablo?
Absolutely. Yep.
That is the tech. You always claim credit for it.
Top.
What Jaker said. Jaker's just 100% correct, unfortunately. And you hate to see it. You hate it.
I've never been wrong in my life.
You hate it as a sports fan. But yeah, that's...
Look, I'm going to keep it a buck with you.
Yeah, $1.50? Go for it.
Oh, you hate to see it as a fan of Elden Ring PvP. Well, at the end of the day, I'm going to keep it a buck with you.
$1.50, gotcha.
No, I remember I've gotten a few of those wonky backstabs in the past, and I didn't take credit for them. And people look down on me now and think that I'm a bad player, and I'm like, but I did that. If I had said I did it intentionally, they'd be like top tier. Like, get this man a crown.
Get him a crown immediately. Well, we do have both of our contestants in. I think they're both going to be ready. Let's crack on, Jake. Are you prepared and ready for what could be the match point here between Pablo and Heaven?
So ready. I'm so ready.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, on a 3 and a 2 and a 1, let's not hit the side of the thing. Allez!
Oh, and a beautiful shot coming out here from our host, End of the Lion,
Ooh.
as both players put on their physics and start going into some Mortal Kombat here. We're seeing Heavenly now on, is that Power Stance Mesmer Soldier Spears, I believe? Or
you're
is it
correct.
the... No, those are the Mesmer Spears. Those are the Mesmer the Impaler Spears. We might be seeing the funny Ash coming out. However, that jumping L1 into the attempted crouching L1 still going to do a little bit of damage to Pablo. Not as much as it would have been if this was in 1.10. Unfortunately, however, Heavenly trying to go for that JL1 from neutral, going to get take some hefty damage from Pablo there. Pablo hanging on. Still got most of his health left inside of him, whereas Heavenly is starting to wane. However, both resetting back to neutral, attempting a crouching L1, but Pablo expertly spaces it, goes in for the finish there with a crouch R1 from that Great Katana, I believe?
Yeah, the Great Cat. That is the Great Cat. It's a good thing. Let's just take a quick look at the builds, actually, as we're here, just to get a vague idea. Obviously, we'll marvel at the broken technology here in the corner. But looking at it here, it is going to seem Pablo is on Dex, that little bit of strength to be able to get that. And it is going to be... is that a... It's an end gouge Dex build here on the side of Heaven as well. Interesting. Dex? Is Dex the new strength? Real? Confirmed? I guess, now that I think about it, with the two-handed Taliban, that actually might make a degree of sense. Because you're not getting that extra strength bonus for two-handing, it might actually be more worthwhile to go into these other things, but I am confused.
I'm a little bit... I'm curious about Heaven's build, because he's got that 19 faith on there, which is just a heavy stat investment for... he was on a dex build, correct?
Yes.
So only being able to get that 48 dex, having to go for the 19 faith, I believe that was specifically for the Lita sword, if I'm not mistaken. And then I think the Mesmer spears as well have a pretty high faith requirement. I'm not 100% on that.
Yeah, the new stuff is kind of a bit beyond me in terms of build making. There's an awful lot of weird stat recs that just confuse me. I don't know why they've done things the way they have, but it could very well be just to get that leaders right off the bat. You didn't you shout? You got smashed me with Shunter last tourney. The vengeance.
Oh, everybody loves a good revenge tale.
But
we're gonna start calling Pablo the Count of Monte Cristo.
Real and true. But we do have our next match coming up. It is going to be Montage versus Dawn. Let me just ping the players.
All right, Dawn. I got a lot of money on you. Out.
Totally impartial.
Totally impartial. Our completely unbiased opinion is that Dawn should win.
That is very unbiased, and I think you're giga-based for that. Okay, I think we have Dawn in the whirl. Let me just get that set up. Man, I love fighting with overlays, don't you?
No, it's great. I love it. I really wish that we at least had something like the health bars on PlayStation, but we are but lowly peasants who have to just kind of be like
master race of 13 FPS. Storm
absolutely.
All right, let's actually just take a while we get our players oriented. Let's just take a quick look and see. Montage is rocking strength and a bunch of things that we can't see. So is Aced. Oh, never mind, he's left.
Oh, Montage is gone. Much like his headwear, which does not appear.
Alright, 1 sec, sorry, no worries. And it is going to be a... What the hell is Dawn rocking? Faith?
Is it... Dawn is rocking Faith here, and wearing that Divine Bird helmet to get a little bit of dex, I presume.
Let's take a peek at our contestants then real quick. Let's
Is this accurate? Is Montage rocking a main hand axe with an offhand CGS?
I believe so. He's left world, so he might be changing build now that he's seen his opponent's build. And is that going to be Beast Claw? Offbird?
No, that could be the poison hand actually, or the maddening hand, I would say, because Dawn has gone for Faith.
Oh, the
oh
martial artist.
So you see those bird feet
Yes.
that they're rocking there. Those actually boost the AR of martial art kick attacks and other forms of kicks. Because
Interesting.
the giant talons, the large talons, just kind of dig into your skin.
Dude, are you telling me that there's a footwear, dude? That's like really good, dude? No
Yeah,
way.
it's the chicken feet. The chicken feet is meta, I swear.
Interesting, dude. The mixed potential, dude.
So interesting, dude.
So, are we gonna go on like a lore talk about the bird feet for the next 4 hours, dude?
Look, if you look at the arches of those bird feet, you see how the talons connect to the heel.
Oh, wow.
I'll be right back.
Yeah,
Actually,
I know.
in about 15 minutes. Oh, who am I kidding? It's going to be about 30 seconds.
Monty, where are you, bestie? You are being said. Please, Frosty, catch my match. It would be my dream. You know what, Darcy's? It's either that or nap. Those are the only two I can do confidently in bracket. So I think we'll do the Frosty one.
Can I do? Actually, wait, no, I won't say who I'll do, but I'm going to pull something out. I think I got something for this.
I'll play into it, dude. I'll play it. I know the fuck I have dude in my mind. No, Frosty.
You know, this is what I love about you, dude. Is like everything that I do, you could just like bounce off of, and I think that's pretty cool, dude.
Oh shoot! Sub hype there, Frog, and we're gonna see. Oh, that's pretty interesting. Ha Get it away, dude.
It's the best DLC ever. Love it.
No, there's doing a bit of damage there. I don't know. I think it's kind of interesting that I know lots about the game. Everyone has a Mickey Mouse impression they use for Oro. I think he's not quite as high as Mickey Mouse. He doesn't quite go quite that high. He's like in a middle round where he kind of draws the words out just a little bit, and it's kind of interesting.
But on some of the inflections, you know, it really goes up into that upper range.
It's Staltash. Sorry, we good now? You fucking better be sorry, Monty. Now I have to change my overlay just for you.
So unprofessional. I think this is cool, though. Montage wearing the chicken helmet, it looks like, right off the bat, and then Don wearing the chicken feet. You know, they complete each other.
Alright, well, either way, enough stalling. It's enough stall-taging. We do have both of our contestants in. Dawn in red, Montage in blue. Jaker, are you ready?
Oh, I am so ready, dude.
Dude, in a 3, in a 2, in a 1, bro. LA.
Alright, what's going on, guys? So we're seeing both of the physics come out here on the side of Montage and Don. Montage is going to throw out a Frostpot, and I don't really understand exactly what he meant by that, but Don is going to take some significant damage from these two-handed R1s from the side of Montage, wielding that Freya's curve sword.
Interesting
those
tech.
are one-handed.
An interesting tech
Yes.
there on the off beast claw there to try and get that extra bit of recovery cancel there and actually move in for that nice bit of pressure. That's actually really, really nice. That's a cool little tech. And that Blink Bolt to follow up. Blink Bolt L1 R1 based zesty, I think. Really, really nice tech here in the side of Montage.
Yeah, no, I was definitely going to bring up that Blink Bolt usage there. That might be something to look at in the future, but here I think it's pretty badass and pretty anime. And we're seeing the Skeleton Man come out. The Call of Tibia, just kind of doing a little bit of zoning there, trying to keep Don out, saying, "Look at this! I got an army of skeleton men that will keep you from hitting me." Ooh. However, Don is getting some hits in with those feet weapons, those beautiful martial arts, now evening things out. It looks like Montage throwing out another Frostpot, saying, "Get the hell away from me!" But Don throws out the fire snakes. And they are not going to land. She going for the R2, I believe that is? Or was that the L2 from those martial arts that does kind of the spin kick?
I believe that's an L2, but I'm curious as to why he didn't go for the Palm Blast. That thing is insane hyper armor, but maybe not enough to be able to actually deal with that. Oh my god, he actually manages to connect with the Godfrey Axe swap. Oh, Monty.
Yeah, the Godfrey Axe is something that did get a little bit of a buff in this last patch. I believe it's R1s come out a little bit faster now, or something like that.
Ooh,
Have you heard anything
I
along those
haven't had
lines?
an opportunity to test that, but there's a bunch of things that I just haven't been able to see. Good mix there from the side of Monty, actually going for the mix up, going from L1 to R1 and swapping out the R1 for the
Oh,
L1, and the
but that
interrupted there as well. You have really nice stuff.
yeah, really cool little combo there from the side of Dawn with the running R1 on the halberd, switching to the fist for the jumping R2. It looks like, which all connected. This is a really good back and forth here. This is what I'd love to see in these
You love it as a
matches.
sport. You love it as a sports fan kind of moment.
You love to see it as a sports fan. I'm kind of questioning the usefulness of Blink Bolt after seeing it, because not a single one has connected that Montage has thrown out there, going for that Blink Bolt into the neutral R1.
It's nice to force the mix there, because he's able to decide whether or not he goes for the L1 or the R1, and it can definitely, the timings are slightly different for both, but Dawn is very, very low here. 57 HP in a dream, but he can still even this out!
Oh, and the two-handed Beast Claws, just for that, like, erraticness. I honestly, I think those are a good finish, right? For how erratic they are, you kind of, I don't really know exactly how to dodge them if you're in the corner like that.
Yeah, and the other thing as well is that they like most things from the DLC, Jaker, they just shit damage. Like, very much shit damage into it, which is kind of interesting. I'd be curious.
Golden Goose that shit damage.
Yeah, unironically, but then again, that's most things in the DLC right now. They do so much damage. They have really weird recovery windows and stuff. It's kind of interesting. I will say, though, that Dawn made the mistake of rocking Halberd into Hyper Armor, which is definitely not, I would argue, the most ideal play.
A mistake you and I have both made plenty of times, I'm sure.
It's not ideal. Hyper Armor does shut down Halberd. Unfortunately, you don't have very much opportunities to like do much. You can't press that R1 button much. You kind of have to live or die in your offhand, and then mix then from there once you get them squared. But yeah, kind of an interesting one for sure. But yeah, Montage is one. Dawn still has a little bit of catching up to do, and we see the swap over to the thrusting shield offhand. Or main hand, we're deciding. We're doing decision making live. We do it live. I'll be curious to see how the thrusting shield does after the severe nerf that it just took.
And I'm curious because it's also nerfed by your rule set since you opted not to change it. So seeing how it does with the one-handed moveset will be curious.
A big curiosity, but either way, we have both of our players in. Dawn in red, Monty in blue. Give us the count in at your leisure, Jake.
And a 3 and a 2 and a 1. Allez.
Alright, well, we're just waiting for me to disappear into the ether. Both players here managing to get their buffs here. We do see the Mesmer's shenanigans come up there, and it is going to be doing a tasty amount right off the bat. Monty forced back now. Once again, that running attack comes out and actually manages to connect. Dawn is doing a decent job of keeping up that pressure. We do see the frost pots come out here on Montage, trying to get that frost proc. It's definitely a good play. Force back now. Once again, we are going to see Dawn here keeping that distance. We are going to see a little bit of poke, but the tibia summons coming out there to try and get a little bit of damage. Still on that incant build. I'd be curious to see what the actual damage output is on the thrusting shield, as Monty is going to be hit by the running attack there, but the Godfrey axe comes out, and yet more spinny top nonsense coming out here. As you see the swap over to Twin Blades, tries to get a little bit of cheeky damage there as Monty. Probably doesn't have fists on this build, and he's going to be paying for it in spades. Just because something has been nerfed does not mean, ladies and gentlemen, that it's not going to require counter picks to deal with. But we do see that Chilling Mist comes out, and now we're seeing that pressure come out here on the side of Montage. Alex to be careful there, goes for a nice little tasty amount of chip damage, and there we go. The tier is procced. Montage still has his. Dawn is now behind by about 300 HP. Oh, the running attack comes through there on the Twin Blade. Force back in now. Dawn is quite low. Tries to go for an R1. We aren't going to see anything outside of the martial arts here on the side of Dawn, which is a curiosity for sure as Montage rolls out there. The rolling attack comes out there on the one-handed thrusting shield. Montage managing to connect there. 98 HP. Might be able to actually kill him through chip here. He's going to have to be on that Pearl Drake. But it's not going to matter.
Oh, and the Beast Claws coming out once again to finish off. Have you seen anybody else in recent tournaments or
There
go
has
for those Beast Claws
there
as a
hasn't
finisher?
been enough. I've played around a little bit with off Beast Claw. I've seen a little bit of it. Not much, not enough to be able to say whether or not it's going to be a classic finisher or not. There's a lot going on with them. They have an awful lot of recovery. They have an awful lot of recovery windows, and they're very, very fast. But the poise damage on them is low. It wouldn't shock me if we see them as a finisher, but I kind of question whether or not you wouldn't just go for like fists or dagger. Or
Yeah, because
stock.
you have a lot more control over something like fists, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like something I found when two-handing those Beast Claws is like, I'm gonna press a button, my character is gonna do something, and I feel like I just relinquish control for the next 2 seconds.
Yeah, they have an awful lot of movement on them. I'll give them that much. It's a curiosity for sure. Alright, just to answer the question, dual shields was allowed. It wasn't the last rule set, heavily restricted to one-handed, no ashes, and no buffing tally, like, at all. I just wanted to see I wanted its time in The Hague to be then. But now that the nerf has happened, it's actually over-nerfed, possibly. So, we'll see. But either way,
Jakey? Oh.
we have two of our players here ready to go. Are you prepared?
Oh, I'm so ready. I'm so ready for this.
That's so cool. Alright, on a 3, 2, 1. LA.
Alrighty, and we're seeing the physics come out. No cheeky frost pots being thrown. Oh, I spoke too soon. Montage just had to throw one out there. Now we're seeing Dawn on the Rakshasa, I believe now, or some other great katana. That might actually just be the regular great katana. I know that Dawn is on a faith build here. Gonna get the first damage, though, off on Montage and punish his Godfrey Axe L2 with the Sacred Blade, which is going to do a significant amount of damage to Montage's fragile little rat body. However, Don is not going to go unscathed as Montage is able to get a few hits off as well, keeping with that one-handed dismounter, I believe, and the off Beast Claw. Montage kind of struggling now to find a way in. It looks like he no longer has tier. I cannot see exactly if he does not have his tier anymore. Dawn still with theirs. And now two-handing. Oh, and going.
Yeah.
Is that Starfist with Blink Bolt that I'm seeing? Switching down to Halberd, two-handed, going for the Beast Roar. I love to see these crazy mix-ups. Now back to the katana, really keeping Montage and myself on our toes. Not exactly knowing what Don is going to pull out next. Going for the Blink Bolt into the charged R2, which is not going to land, but could have finished this match if it did. Montage throwing out that Frost Pot, trying to get a little cool here. Don saying, hell no, I'm going to slash at you with my cool anime katana sword. Going for the Blink Bolt into the R1 this time. The Starfist. Starfist, really interesting choice. Have you really played against anyone using Starfist recently?
I've played a little bit. I've used them a little bit. They still do nuclear tier damage even with the nerf. Oh my god, he actually goes for a giant pot there from Kilo to try and land that out. Dawn is being chipped down slowly but surely here, and that's going to be pretty much the way that Montage has to play. Look at that, going for the Blink Bolt there to try and threaten a little bit of damage. Montage going for that, managing to get that little bit of poise chip there. It's going to be interesting. Goes for a rolling attack, and the fist come through.
The fist finished.
And actually managing to get the connection there. Very, very nicely done on the side of Dawn there. Montage needed to change. He what was working for him before ain't working now. The Great Cat was definitely a good mix-up. But on the Starfists, they have technically been nerfed. I believe there was a damage decrease that came through. I don't believe anything else has changed about them, but it's the... if I'm being completely honest with you, the unreactable run R1 on top of having what I can only describe as nuclear R2s haven't really changed much. Some of the details got changed about just a smidgen, but the overall idea of the setup has remained basically unchanged. Which is the thing, you can change damage numbers, but at the end of the day, if you're not if you don't fundamentally change how a weapon functions or in terms of its overall game plan, you're not going to see much, and that's going to be Montage, I believe, falling off the edge of the map there. PvE
wonderful.
Pro, according to his YouTube. So, that's something to keep in mind.
Yes, yes, definite PvE pro, and it shows. Although I do think Don kind of did answer the question that we posed earlier about Starfist or maybe Beast Claws replacing Fist as a finisher, and I gotta say, Starfist I think still wins out after that display.
Yeah, Starfist is very, very strong, and I just wanted to say that, like, it's still a very, very strong setup. It does decent damage. It has an unreactable. Anything with an unreactable that can actually hit things. I'm gonna be honest with you. Having the ability to hit someone in one of these games is huge. And I say that not as like a meme or whatever. It's like, oh, just hit him, bro. Most attacks do end up being vaguely reactable, which I think is worth keeping in mind. And things that are not reactable just give you that opportunity to pressure well and get that little bit of chip. True, you can poise it, but it doesn't really matter, as we are going to see the swap over onto the Greatsword here on the side of Montage. 2-1 in favor of Montage so far. Give us the count in at your leisure, Jake.
Alrighty, and a 1, or 3, and a 2. 1, Ale.
Yeah, boom. Very, very well done, Jake. Very, very well done, as we are going to see the pots come out. The little Mesmer Serpent shenanigans coming out here. Some Discus of Light. Lighting up our day and probably making Montages miserable. A win, for sure. As we are going to see both players now chilling here in neutral. We do see the running attack there on the Greatsword. The Greatsword is probably a good play, but I believe it has more hyper armor. Piercing Fang almost landing there. Learning from Marco Veso here in the dojo, but the looks of things here is the side of Montage, but just not quite good enough. The off axe there comes out just to be able to get a little bit of a mix up there. Impaling thrust into an R2. Dawn is quite low, but he does have the range advantage there, and is actually going to be able to get a whiff punish here on Monty. Forced in, we do see the Sacred Blade doing a tasty amount of damage there as well. The physic is now... not the physic, sorry. The blue tier is now drank here on the side of Dawn. Just bit of a FP hogs by the looks of things, but Dawn is taking some insane damage, managing to get that keep out there with the standing R1 after the crouch R1. Very, very nice. The swap back over now onto what seems to be a hand axe on the side of Montage. Curious.
A two-handed hand axe at that with is that holy grease on there?
I believe so. It's one of the greases anyway, unless he's deciding to go for sword dance on that. That makes sense. Okay. That's an interesting tech I wasn't expecting. All right. Definitely an answer. And the Blink Bolt comes through. The Tibia summons come through just to keep up that bit of pressure. The Blink Bolt into R2 is definitely one of the plays. And the off Beast Claw is back out now. Dawn is getting very, very low. And we do see a little bit of damage there. The Montage is quite low, but the R2 manages to connect. 100 HP.
So you can land it out of Blink Bolt.
I would imagine so. It should have the range to be able to connect, for sure. And the R2 comes out now once again, but it's not quite able to get that connection. Blink Bolt comes out there. Are we going to see a whiff punish attempt? Running attacks come through here. Oh, almost. He could go for a running attack out of it there to try and keep up that bit of pressure. Montage is on 43 HP and a dream. He's going to be switching over to that red feather, I guarantee it, as a madness pot comes out into Blink Bolt now once again. And we're seeing the swaps here from Montage. Neither side has it. Goes for something with relatively high recovery. There is this high start up there is the side of Montage. And Dawn evens this one out.
Yeah, Dawn switching to the martial arts there at the very end. That was I did not see that coming at all, actually.
Yeah, an interesting choice. It does have a little bit of hyper armor, I believe some of it, and it's going to be able to tank at the very least the some of the shenanigans. So there's some interesting plays coming out here for sure. I'll be curious looking back to see what actually gets used overall.
Well, I'll be honest. This is pretty exciting though. Seeing 2-2. This is the first time so far in this tournament, right?
This is the first match point, yeah.
Even score, yeah.
So
I am curious about the choice of Blink Bolt on the Starfist, because the only thing you could really do out of that with Starfist is the R2, right? But as soon as, they managed to get it to land once, and I think that was just a mistake on Montage's part rolling into it. It doesn't seem like it would be very consistent for you to actually land those R2s, and going Blink Bolt into the neutral R1s on the Starfist just doesn't seem like something that would hit either or do very well.
It's definitely a cool idea. We'll see how... The thing about it is, on paper, I don't know what the run cancel is on, or the move cancel on Blink Bolt is, because what you can do is you can condition with the Blink Bolt into R2 and then do a running attack and actually clip them.
Now
So
that,
might be,
yeah.
that's you're playing off of you're creating a mix game and a mind game there as well. But either way, 2-2 Montage in blue versus Dawn in red. Whew! Give us the count in.
Alrighty, and in a 3, 2, 1, alley.
Alright, there we go, ladies and gents. We are going to see both of our players going for their respective buffs, managing to get a little bit of chip damage there right off the bat is Dawn. Monty not actually managing to get any here himself, but he's staying on that Godfrey axe, and I'd be curious as what the notion behind that is. I know, according to a few people, that weapon class has been buffed, but the anti-air comes out then. And actually managing to clip there with the Ash. Oh, yeah. I kind of see what's going on here. Does it force the double roll? Another interrupt? And yes, it actually manages to connect. And does it true combo?
I don't believe it's a true combo.
Oh, the jump out though does manage to get away. That's interesting. Interesting. As you see the rolls come out here on the side of Montage. Has a considerable health lead. But he is going to be jumped. But he manages to go for the third. They're not going to swing again. Trust, guys.
Did they give that hyper armor? Was he able to tank a jumping R2?
We're gonna have to watch that one back, I reckon. Force back in now. We do see the fists here on the side of Dawn, who is going to be managed to be clipped from Kilo there. Another run attack there. And again, Montage now has the ability to go for those mixes if he lands the first one. Oh, he actually forces him away.
Now that Blink Bolt really came in handy there, though, being able to zip directly through the Ash of War.
Does zip through it, but he is constantly at risk of managing to be clipped by the rest of it. And we see a confirmation here from Irony Maiden that it actually might it got a hyper armor boost. But either way, Montage, much to all of our shock and horror, has managed to take a round on the bow. The Honor Chungus comes out here.
But very well played from both sides. Dawn put up a very good fight with bringing it up to 2-2 after losing the first one. And every single fight here has been very close.
Yeah, these have been some really nice close matches. And I think that, like, at the end of the day, that's kind of the point of this as well. There are some slightly more experienced players here, either people who have moved on through previous beginners tourneys, but there's some very new faces. And speaking of new faces, we have both Darcy Scout versus A2 in the next round. A2 very new, and Darcy, I believe, her first tournament was last time. So
awesome.
Yeah, so we have some relatively new players here, from veterans who just don't really dip their toes all that much into the comp scene to completely new people. I think this is kind of, again, the point of all of this. So I'm going to be excited to see what A2...
And you chose me to cast with you? I'm going to try my hardest not to scare them all away.
I think you're going to
probably a very, very, very poor decision-making there on your part there, Enda.
Lichtenauer has asked, is that Frosty's voice speaking? No, it's a Heartbreaker. It's the Heartbreaker Jaker, dude. That's who
I am actually flattered, though, dude, that you would say that.
Young Pablo, we enter Endicord, and next week I'll probably be doing another PC one next week, so we can get the den maps and everything set up. So that's how you join. Join the Discord. Go to initiate role request. Say, can I please join? I've X amount of tourney experience, or none at all, and you join that way. So just join the Discord, !Discord, and that's how you get in. Let me just check. It's A2 on the left, Darcy on the right. A2.
Is A2 like a tastier version of A1? Like, is it a steak sauce that I would actually put on a steak?
Might be. PC, I'm on PS5. The week after, I'll be doing PS5, Young Palo. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, we do have A2 in blue versus Darcy in red. Darcy, of course, has their setup buffed. Ugh. All right. Either way, give us the count in, Jake, at your leisure, bestie.
Oh, righty then. And 3 and a 2 and a 1. I'll lay.
Bada bing, bada boom. And we're going to see the physics here from both of our players as we see that immediate pressure come out here on the side of Darcy's. Managing to actually get some damage. Both sides. We see the new scythe come out, actually, which is something I've been meaning to try. Actually, Darcy actually managing to get a decent amount of damage. Both sides electing for those off axes. Tries to go for that punish here is the side of A2, but not quite able to do it. Forced back now once again. We are going to see A2 forced back. Force takes an awful lot more damage, but those off-axe swings just go to town.
Oh my God, look at the...
Yeah.
Oh, so I'm so sorry. I was just in awe of the amount of R1s A2 was able to get off there. Really bringing Darcy down.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Chipping away here, and A2 just does not want to fall here. But we do see these trades come out here, and the backswing comes out there on the side as well. Tries to go for those Ashes of War. I'm not sure what the frames are on that one. But A2 is doing a good job. Is going to be interrupted again. Managing to actually be that Ash of War actually manages to be strafed. And unfortunately, they fall. Darcy's taking the first round.
I'm very curious about that axe that A2 is using in the offhand. That's the, I believe that's like the Fire Tongue Serpent axe or something. Like it's the new imp axe. Believe it does bleed. I haven't seen yet if it has the fast move set. Were you able to take?
From what I could say, that seemed to be the fast move set anyway. Given how quickly you were able to spam out those attacks.
Absolutely.
V Defy got heavy locked. It happens. Are you rune art with Morgoth's rune out of curiosity? Because I would 100% make sure that you are. It does have the hand axe moveset. Gotcha. That is definitely going to be the play there. The hand axe moveset is very, very fast.
Well, and Darcy was also rocking the Ice Rind, which I believe also has the hand axe moveset.
I'm not sure the exact details, but I believe so. And it's a preference of the build as well. It's very difficult to react. Yeah, it's a curiosity for sure. I'm super curious as to how it works. But we do have both of our players, both of them electing to go for the off Ice Rind here. Scythe is in a weird spot right now, and I'm kind of super curious to see how it's actually going to do with either off dag or off axe. So I'm actually really curious to see how it does. But either way, Jake, are you prepared mentally, physically, spiritually?
I don't know about all that, but I could do something.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, and a 2, and a 1. Kaboom. Kablooey.
All right, and we're seeing a physics right after that kablooey all over the floor. We're going to start off with a rock pot, a hefty rock pot. That is the choice of the gentleman who decides that throwing rocks isn't enough. I'm going to put them all in a pot. However, we're going to see a couple of trades here right off the bat. A2 doing some decent damage to Darcy, but Darcy being able to out-damage A2 in every single one of these trades. Now rocking what I believe to be a two-handed Mesmer Soldier Spear, if I'm not mistaken.
Possibly. Oh, going for the Crucible.
Oh, and just kind of using it to get out, it looks like.
Interesting. Kind of a
resetting to neutral.
Dangerous one there, though, for sure, Jake. I'd be cautious about using that one as an escape tool. It's very high startup, very high recovery. Questionable, but we do see the schmicks coming on here, and A2 is not having a good time.
Oh, but A2 able to get a few hits in there with the offhand Ice Rind, but it is not enough as Darcy is able to go in for the finish.
Darcy's
bringing this to 2-0 on the side of Darcy.
Gee. Yo.
Also, is A2's name Pooh Piggy, or is that Darcy?
No, that would be Darcy's.
Pooh Piggy. That's
one of the names. That's one of the names.
It's definitely one of the names of all time.
Zoom up on the dead body. I know. Scary, frightful. How are you keeping, Slans? Hope all is well, brother. First time PvPing, I think it's super reactable for immediately going to tourneys to start off. Yeah, no, very, very based. First tourney, doing a really solid job, and I think that takes bravery. Very, very based, very, very cool.
No, that is super cool. I love that.
No, honest to goodness, and I hope that they enjoy themselves at the very least.
I'm still too scared to enter tournaments, to be honest.
Crafted by the tourney nerds.
Commendable.
Molded by them.
Molded by them.
And in the darkness bound them. Alright, Jaker, give me the count in at your leisure.
All right. I won't go into what I was. Okay. In 3 and 2, 1.
Okay.
Did I say A2?
Yeah.
Hey,
Hey, I see what you did there, but the physics are out. The daggers are thrown. What do you think about this new scythe, actually, Jake? I'm kind of super curious. I think.
I kind of hate it.
You hate it?
It looks cool. It's awesome. It's got that iframe Ash of War that I hate. It's like the Dynasty's finesse, you know, where like if they want to, they could just keep pressing L2 and constantly move backwards. However, A2 is not using it that way, which I do respect and love to see.
Oh, the damage is insane, though, dude. Holy moly, Darcy.
Oh yeah, the damage is crazy.
Yeah, and it's nice as well. Sides getting buffed, I think, was kind of exactly what they needed. They were already in a really nice spot, but now they've actually have like an opportunity. Going for that mash there is not the play there on the side of A2! And that's going to be Darcy's taking it in a sweep. Look at that lion.
But a respectful go of things for A2, especially being brand new to PvP here, being able to get Darcy so low in each one of these matches. It's not a complete wipe in every single one, which is really respectable.
Yeah, I honestly do think that it's I wouldn't have done it. And you know what? Hats off. We'll see you in losers bracket shortly. Good showing, A2. Very, very good showing. I'm super stoked to see you in more of these, by the way. And again, it's a nice environment. There's nothing much on the line except like ego and clout, and that's how you go to the bar and you're like, hey, see a cute person, you're like, hey, did you know that I just entered and won a Endiccord beginners tourney? Did you know that?
Are you saying that your tournaments pay an exposure?
They do actually pay an exposure, and I'll commission you for exposure, actually, Jake. Now that I think about it.
You're going to have to go through my secretary for that. But,
No, good showing. A2, thank you so much. I actually I thought that it was just your first tournament. I didn't know you were brand new. That's so based of you. So very based, but now
possibly the basedest. And I am so sorry. I have to step away for a minute.
You're cringe and bad and coping.
I know.
I hope great harm comes to you like you step on a Lego. Personally,
you know what? I hope they nerf halberds. Then we both go down together.
That's. I see. I know what you referenced there.
Oh, it's a great song. But yeah, I'm sorry. I'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, there's absolutely no worries. We'll crack on with the losers bracket while we're there. It is going to be Frog versus Heaven. Will the frog go to heaven, or will it be a heaven for frogs? I don't know. Also, chat, frogs or dinosaurs? This is a really serious question. What is it? Frog. There we go. Save that, and heaven. When next round robin? The next round robin will be... Frogs are the only woodland fey creatures that can be seen by humans. Real. Round robins are only if the bracket is small. I much prefer doing a traditional bracket. It's much easier to... We have dinosaurs here. We have at least one frog and at least one dinosaur. Okay. Alright, nice to see where people are at. Alright, well, either way, Jacob will be back soon. But either way, we're going to crack on. Because we do have a frog who seems to be on the red. Let me just double check now. Yes, it actually worked out perfectly. Ladies and gentlemen, first round of the losers bracket, best of 3, Heaven versus Frog. Allez! And there we have it. I'm actually going to take a little bit of a sippy, because we're going to do that. Ladies comes out there to try and get an extra little bit of damage. Force back now, we are going to see just nice, tasty amounts of pressure there. The claws, the talons, I believe that's the claws of night are out here, and we're going to see Ladies come out and once again actually manages to connect. That is going to be the tier gone there, and we're going to see, oh my god, these Oopsie daisy, we're having some problems. There we go. We are no longer having problems, base. Alright, the claws are coming out here trying to keep up that pressure. We do no longer see the tier on the side of Frog thanks to Lada's. Keeping up that there, we are going to see the Talons of Night continuing that bit of pressure. Heavenly staying on the PSGS, which is a curious thing. PSGS are a curiosity for sure. I'm kind of curious to see how they're going to do in brackets going forward. They don't have very much damage output, but then again, an awful lot of things did take a damage nerf, and we're going to see this. That Great Katana comes out now as well. We are going to see both of them going for a Great Katana mirror. I'm not sure if either of these are the Rakshasha here or not. Coursing back in there, the Talons of Night keeping up that there. Tries to go for another crouch attack there. Quick pokes coming out. Tries to go for another rolling hour one. Not going to connect. Good rolls here on the side of Heavenly. Frog is still ahead, but he doesn't have tears. So he's actually... Imagine there's about 400 HP not on the board there, ladies and gents, as we are going to see the rolls coming out from here from Heavenly. Keeping up that pressure. Force back now. Once again, we are going to see going for that man running. Is it a running R1 or a crouch R1? Did that actually go above Heavenly's head? Frog is actually evening this one out pretty heavily. Force back now. We are going to see Heavenly one's keeping it up. 500 HP here on the board here for Frog. He is very much within the grounds of getting completely obliterated by a jump attack here or something like that. But we're still seeing that nice tasty bit of pressure here coming out. Goes for a trade. There is the side of Heaven. Keeping it up. Frog is in a spot of a bother. Keeping that up then as well. Force back now once again. We are going to see these rolls coming out here. Trying desperately to avoid these Talons coming up here. Blink Bolt comes through. Keeping up that pressure. Electing for the Blink Bolt fists here once again. Another Blink Bolt comes through here. Doesn't actually go for the mix out of it. Had an opportunity to. Possibly worried about a square. We are going to see the daggers coming out though. Keeping up that nice little bit of pressures. We are going to see both sides just poking each other from neutral. Force back now once again. Blink Bolt comes out.
Oh, and the Blink Bolt into the R1 for the finish there.
Yeah, it's interesting. Interesting.
Very, very good duel. I managed to catch the last end of that. I'm going to speedrun my apology and spare you the details.
I hate you. That is all. Yeah, we've seen it seems to be the case that yeah, I can support. Yeah, it's pretty annoying. I've left it in because of some other nasty stuff. That was Heaven taking that round, wasn't it? Yes, it was. Cool beans.
Honestly, I'm very happy to see the claw spam being represented here in the tournament. We've seen it a few times now. For a tournament this early in the DLC's life, and this patch, it's kind of good to get an idea of what might become a problem if allowed to flourish.
Yeah,
like
no, for
the
sure.
the Claws of Night.
That's kind of one of the things that I'm kind of wanting. I just want to see what exists in motion. It's one thing saying that something is broken or OP. It's a completely different to actually see things in motion. I'm not a big fan of Kite. Lida's, by the way, just to be clear, is going to remain in for this tournament.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to leave it in for this tournament.
Funny.
It just stays in. I'm not changing the rule set mid-bracket. I want to see the Torchbearer kill ended. Thanks, Darcy's. I really appreciate you, bestie. But now is vengeance, Heartbreaker Jacob, for abandoning me and my family. Yes. You said you'd never do it again, bro. That packet of smokes. Yeah.
The thing is, I said I'll never ever do it again, not until the next time. And this was the next time, so.
But either way, we have both of our contestants in. You are good to go. I'm good to go. This is match point for Heaven, unless Frog manages to get a comeback.
Is this good to go?
All right. On a 3, 2, 1. LA.
All right, and they are off with the physics. No pots at the start. No. Oh, never mind. We do see the sword of, the Claws of Night. We're seeing those daggers come out multiple times as Heaven managed to land that Lida's Ash of War on Frog, taking away all of Frog's buffs. Frog is going to have to fight extra hard here without that tier, having to stay alive a little bit better than Heaven. I'm so sorry. I may have my mind kind of jumbled up here for a minute, but
you're fine, you're fine.
Heaven is now running back into that corner of Stormveil, which we all love to see on this beautiful dueling arena. Frog keeping up with the Night Bolt spam. just seeing those flying everywhere, it is really intimidating. And as Heaven gets in, Frog is able to whack him with that off Rakshasa, which I am curious about the hyper armor on the offhand version of the weapon. I haven't actually seen that in action yet, but it appears to be somewhat significant. Heaven's still holding onto life and still holding onto their tier as well, despite the amount of claws that are being thrown out here. I could only imagine what their bleed bar looks like at this moment. If they maybe manage to roll a bleed proc, that could be very beneficial for them, but they just cannot get in on Frog here. Now losing their losing their tier, evening things out a bit. Frog is just really managing to make do without the tier and without the buffs from the start of this match, which is very impressive. However, we have seen how many now of those daggers come out, because at every opportunity Frog is taking, he is throwing those out there. Heaven trying to go in for a punish there, but Frog is going to roll it. However, Heaven is going to be able to get in and throw in that R2 there, which is going to do some significant damage to Frog. There is really only now a 300 HP deficit on the side of Heaven. Ooh. And compared to Frog, however, a few trades there, and Heaven is on death's door with only a measly 113 HP left. This could be it for Heaven. If Frog just keeps up this spam, maybe managing to proc the bleed from those night. And there it is, right as I say it, I just somehow brought it into being. But very well played from both sides. For one, Heaven having to put up with that spam, very commendable, doing as well as they did. And then Frog having to play without any of the buffs from their physic right off the bat with that Lita Ash of War. Very well played.
Yeah, to be able to come back from the leaders is absolutely insane. That's kind of wild. The amount of patient play, it's actually insane. I'm using leaders, so I can't complain. And that's the thing. It's like that's one of the things that I wanted to do. I wanted to allow a bunch of broken stuff. The leaders did surprise me. I'm not going to lie. I missed that one in the this is god awful. Oh dear God. But yeah. Heaven did a very, very good job of actually keeping up that pressure. Just a reminder that his name is Spam Frog, real name. That's, you know what? Listen, everyone has their curse. Some people have bigger crosses than others to bear, you know?
And, you know, I am convinced that he is a real frog, unlike Somewhat Frog, who is only, you know, somewhat a frog.
He is kind of a frog. Just a little bit.
Kind of a frog. Yeah, because I was a little bit confused at first. I was like, wait, it just says frog on the screen. And is this a somewhat frog, or is this a spam frog? But I guess that question's been answered.
We are now aware. We now know what's going on here. The frog is in fact spamming. I will give him that much.
And you know what? For that, we thank you, because I like seeing what could possibly become an issue.
Well, Kib Kita, I will say this. You know, at least you don't have to answer the very the questions. Is like, would you still love me if I was a worm? Now, would you love him if he was a bunch of frogs in a trench coat? You don't need to answer that. That's pretty powerful. That's a powerful thing.
Absolutely, yeah.
She asks me that every day. Tender says he's actually typing this in his match and using voice to speech. That would be really funny.
That'd be very powerful.
I refuse to believe soulzoids can have stable relationships. But anyway, moving swiftly along. Jaker.
Ever so swiftly, yes.
I am ready. Are you ready, bestie?
Oh, I'm so ready.
I'm so ready, bestie. Oh my God.
Hello.
Count me in, darling.
All right. And a 3, and a 2, woohoo, and a 1. Let's get it on.
Never do that ever fucking again, Jesus Christ. I just actually got cancer. Alright, the latest is out there. We do see good rolls coming out here on the side of Frog, keeping up that pressure. We're going to see a bunch of throwy, spinny things coming out here on the side of Frog. Heavenly doing a decent enough job of keeping up that pressure. Are we seeing the swap over to Thrusting Sword? I believe we are. No, it's Lada's all the time. Trying to get that, just actually committing to the bit here and trying to land it. You know what? If I was going up against the Talons of Night, I wouldn't blame them for doing that either. With keeping up that bit of pressure, forced back now once again. We are going to see Heavenly stuck in the corner, but we do see that spam coming out there. And having this spam from neutral being vaguely unpunishable if you're on a roll-in is definitely one of the decisions that FromSoft have made. Forced back now once again. We are going to see Heavenly here try and get that out. Actually manages to land it. Lands.
Was that a phantom hit as well? That
so.
actually landed that?
Yeah, I'm fairly certain of it, yes.
That is so broken.
That's pretty hilarious, I think, actually. Alright, keeping up that pressure, we're going to see these fan daggers. I was going to call them fan daggers. They might as well be fan daggers, right? As the sword dance comes out there, but it's not quite able to land. We are going to see... Is that... No, it's LGS by the looks of things. The bleed pot goes through.
Yeah, is that actually the Lita's LGS? Are you able to put grease on that?
You're able to do something on it anyway.
Oh, wait, no, that's got the sword dance on it,
It's
so it
a
can't be the
milady.
Lita's.
It's a milady then.
Milady.
They're Reddit set up. Alright, force back now once again. We are going to see both players here fighting for neutral. Keeping a little bit of the little bits of chip damage there coming through. We're going to see the swap back over. This could very, very well be one of those situations where the spam is annoying, but you can just never engage. And speaking of never engaging, the caster's curse comes out and we are going to see some nice pressure there. Swap back over, trying to keep up a little bit of pressure there as Frog, but not quite able to get the damage needed. Good rolls here coming out on the side of Heaven. Heaven is quite far behind now at this stage and not quite able to get a move in. Force back now once again. We're going to see the standing R1 come out. We are going to see yet more come out here. Force back now once again. We are going to see the attempt to punish. There is the side of Heavenly, forcing out a roll there once again. I think theoretically... Alright, hear me out. I think this is a stall. I think you can stall with that 100%. Not that this player in particular, this Frog, is particularly stalling, but I can imagine this being very annoying to actually try and force an engagement with. However, we do see the filthy little mitts of Heaven have finally gotten in to try and get some decent damage in there, but not quite able to make it. And it's keeping up that tasty bit of pressure here from neutral as we see the spam coming out here, not actually able to move in and aggress. Alright.
No, I'm actually curious if we're going to start seeing if Claws of Night end up going unrestricted on leaderboard or in tournaments, if we'll start seeing a lot more people with a Pumpkinhead swap and maybe the Starwart +2 as well might be a good counter to it. However, we do see Heavenly managing to get it on Frog right there for the finish.
I forgot to get 7 blues to spam. Spam Frog. I think you were gonna need them, brother. I'm being completely real. Jesus. No, well played to Frog. A first showing here in the beginners brackets. Well played. GG's.
Ash is banned on ladder. Oh, so they did land on banning the Sword of Night on ladder, or the Claws of Night, or were you talking about the Lita Ash? Because it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense for the Lita Ash. We're definitely on console going to have to discuss the Claws of Night Ash.
I'm unsure as of right now. I don't like what it does to the game, but is it broken is always a question. It's definitely annoying enough to get rid of, I think. That's going to go onto the pile of, I'll have to think about that, because I don't know what happens to the game without it, and we're seeing the game with it. Which Great Katana? Yeah, what Great Katana were you using? Heavenly?
I would want to put it in the pile of it's not banned, but everyone is going to make fun of you if you use it.
That would be giga-based, honestly.
Yeah. And you got to take that hit to the self-esteem if you want to use it.
Based, Zays to ZSD.
Maybe, like, lose all your friends.
You have those?
Become an outcast. Oh, I don't. No, I play Elden Ring. I don't.
Alright, it is going to be A2 versus Dawn. Relative veteran compared to most of the players here in the rule set. I know Dawn has played an awful lot of ladder. And versus a relative newcomer to the scene, A2. This should be kind of interesting. Best of 3.
I'm
So
curious, are they going to change their name to A3 after this tournament?
that would
Maybe
be so zesty. That would be pretty curious.
Assist.
Zesty. Oh my god. All right. Looking at it here, make sure all of the stuff is sorted. What rings you got, bitch, is in blue. Yep, we're all good. All right, we have everything actually set up. Jake.
Yippee.
Is
I'm
that
so happy to hear that.
You're so happy? That's so
I'm
funny.
like so happy, dude, to hear
All
that.
right, ladies and gents, both of our players are in. Jake, if you'd be so kind as to count me in, bestie.
Of course, bestie.
Never do that
All
again,
right.
Jesus
And
Christ!
in 3, in a 2, in a 1, commence.
Boom.
Is that better? Did you like that better?
Never again. Never again am I inviting you on here to this esteemed stream. But either way, we are going to see the scythe come out here on the side of A2, actually managing to get a little bit of damage right off the bat. Dawn is doing a good job of playing just a very careful game as we see the thrusting sword out here. Keep in mind we are limited to 115 poise here, which is of course just to prevent clean rot and stuff like that from being overly nasty. So it's actually nice to actually see it now in brackets, so we get a look. The spin top nonsense comes out there. We are going to see that standing R1 actually managing to get a decent amount of damage there. The TS though is still very, very strong, even against something like Against something like the overlay not working. Cool. Yippee! Alright, there we go. Now it's working. Here we fixed it. And we're keeping up that nice amount of pressure. Dawn is very low. We still see the tier here on the side of A2 doing a phenomenal job. Good roll there from the side of A2. However, that is going to be the tier proc. Dawn playing a very patient game here. And the spinny nonsense comes out, but he is going to take a backswing from the off axe there, doing a tasty amount of damage. We are going to see yet more spinny nonsense coming out here. The off axe is doing a good job. And that's going to be Dawn taking that first stock in our best of 3. Nicely
You
done.
know, I have to say, very well played on the side of A2.
Yes, agreed.
And Dawn, of course, but A2 definitely going to be a player to look out for if this is their first foray into the competitive scene or into the PvP in general. Did anything I just say actually come out? Because sometimes
Yes, it
I
did.
stumble
No,
on my words.
You're okay. You're fine.
Wonderful. All right, I was chewing on my tongue a little bit there. However, no, A2 definitely a player to look out for. I would love to see them in future tournaments.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing more stuff. And again, the whole aim of this is to get a pleasant experience for everyone and to have an opportunity to get some practice in.
Are you using the new canon here? Is the new canon the meta, or is the old canon the meta?
Old canon is so zesty. You have no idea. I've elected to go for that one just because I had it on my bar. I think it spawned.
See, I've always been a fan of the bow. You know, the great bow. I think that's really the S tier of starting weapon.
Well, it's the only thing you
starting
can do
pistol.
with the ballistas, to be fair, is actually start the match with them. So I guess it's nice that they get some representation in bracket.
Yeah, but there's still like a B tier match starter,
shut
whereas the bow is like
fuck off.
SS tier. But either way, will you count in, I guess, or something?
Ladies and gentlemen, Dawn 1, A2 not, Dawn in blue, A2 in red, on a 3 and a 2 and a 1, LA.
All right, and we are seeing the physics coming out from both sides, and a frost pot being thrown by Dawn that is not going to land. A2 throwing that hefty rock pot yet again that I love to see, using the Discus of Light, Ash of War on the standard scythe. Very interesting choice, as I believe in the last round they were just using the Clean Rot scythe. However, getting some good chip damage there on Dawn with that off hand axe, or off Ice Shrine Hatchet, I should say. Being able to throw another discus, however, Dawn is able to get in close with that Blink Bolt. A2 managing to escape the Blink Bolt's wrath, throwing off another discus. However, neither player is really taking much damage from any of these interactions. It seems that their roll discipline is just too good, or maybe their aim is just too bad. We don't really know. However, we're seeing that Blink Bolt come out from the side of Dawn into the R2 on the Starfist, going in for a jumping R1. which is going to do some significant damage that we cannot see here, because it definitely looked
Yeah.
like it landed there. Perhaps the UI might be a little fuckered.
Yeah,
Not
just
too sure about that. The rock pot being thrown by A2, which is going to send Dawn flying kaplat on the floor. A2's health bar has completely disappeared now. Perhaps they're dead. Maybe we'll find out in a second here. And yes, we did. They now have 701 HP left, whereas Dawn has a significant health lead at 1258 here. And A2 getting their tier popped, going to go back up to 1048. However, Dawn still has their tier intact, and I do not believe that A2 has the potential to tier skip with this setup. Dawn going in for a running R1 into R1, R1, R1 with that. Is that a clean rot I see? Or is that a... Was clean rot allowed in this?
Yeah, it's
or is
allowed
that
in
an
this.
S
Clean
stock?
rot is allowed.
It is allowed.
I thought
Okay.
the broken stuff, I figured why not just allow it and see what happens with just the 115 poise restriction and see what it does. But we do see now A2 is very, very low. Dawn is keeping up that pressure and the blink bolt comes out! The run off the edge.
Oof.
Oopsie daisies.
Dawn looks very confused, just kind of looking around the arena like, what?
Damn whelp, and you've unlocked into the run off the edge. It happens. GG's. Thank you so much.
That's why we love Stormvale. You don't see this on den maps, right?
That is true. That is true. Dawn, thank you Dawn, good job there managing to pull through. The fists definitely still have very, very good good potential. Unfork, but Vidify, thank you so much for coming. It was awesome to see you here, and I can't wait to see you hopefully next week or the week after. It will be nice to see you again. Jaker.
Yes, me.
Let's have a heart-to-heart here real quick. How have you found this round one?
I really, really enjoyed this round one. We saw a lot of variety here. It's really nice being able to see some vanilla setups mingle with the DLC setups for once in a competitive setting. I'm really loving seeing how close every single one of these matches have been. There hasn't really been a complete sweep yet. There hasn't been a single match where one player was clearly dominating the other every single time. It's been a good back and forth, and also it's, I just like talking to you. I like it when you notice me.
I'm so happy to be here, bestie. I did it just for you, okay?
Oh my god!
All right.
But either way, how have you found this?
Personally, it's been interesting to see. I do think that we're seeing that variety. We're seeing the problem setups arise now, and we're seeing it in motion, which is very nice because we can actually see not only how strong something is, we can see what it actually does to the game while allowing things. And I think that's important for me personally, to allow things an opportunity to show their asses publicly, which I think is pretty important. But Jake, we're going to take a very quick break here, just to rest ourselves. It's the end of round one. Fun. You'll be joining us afterwards for the next round, which is going to be Embern versus Pablo in the first of round two, another best of 5. And I'm super stoked to see how this next one is going to pan out. So, Jaker, do you have any closing thoughts on round one before we just go to our quick break?
I just wanted to say, I'm glad we're taking a break here, because this is the longest I've gone watching Elden Ring without nicotine in my system. So
understandable
this
and
wonderful.
We'll run on then, chat. We'll see you in less than 5 minutes. Love and appreciate you all. See you then. Mwah.
Bye.
Man, that was... Alright, first of all, I just want to thank Heartbreaker Jaker, that guy, for the gift sub to Vidify. Very based, Zesty.
I know.
And to Stochastic for gifting a sub to Montage. Is he deserving of it really, though, Sto? Is he?
No. He was deserving of the game I gifted him yesterday on Steam.
Understandable.
I will not tell you the name of that game, but...
I'm gonna guess that it's some shenanigans. That's what I'm gonna... He doesn't play tag. Shut the fuck up, Sto. Alright, anyway. Jaker, any thoughts? Do you have any thoughts at all?
Look, honestly, and my mind has just been on America today because it is the birthday of my great nation. I said sarcastically, but no thoughts. Honestly, I'm very excited for these next matches going forward. Really excited to see Pablo v. Embern here. Both played extraordinarily well in their last matches, and I think that it is going to be an epic showdown, where we will see one or the other strike their opponent down with extreme skill
There's
and
a
precision.
skill with extreme skill and precision. Fun fact, actually, about your particular evolution. It did encourage us to do our own little rebellion back way back when, and it didn't go so well. So fuck you guys.
I was gonna ask, yeah, how'd that go? How'd that work out
You
for
know,
buddy?
who thought that fighting the British with long pointy sticks versus gun line, early modern warfare, was a bad idea? Who'd have thought it? Either
Who
way,
would have thought of it? You didn't
us-
just throw potatoes at him?
shut the fuck up. That's the source. We didn't have potatoes. That's the problem. All right. Either way, we do have, without historical grievances been brought up. Are you ready to count me in, Jaker?
Oh, I am so ready, brother, to count you in for this next match. Alrighty, and in a 3, and a 2, and a 1. Ale.
Oh, like a proper Brexit geezer he is. He's a proper Brexit geezer. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, well, we are going to see the trades coming off. Is that the Eternal Sleep coming out here on the side of Embern? For just that extra little bit of EP times, managing to get some really decent damage in there is Embern. However, is going to be interrupted, forced back into the standing R1, but isn't in a position to actually get the punish. Pablo there forced back out now. Once again, we do see the tier popped. Pablo has taken a lot of damage here, but he's actually managing to claw this one back. 583 versus 1,000, and that is going to be the tier pop.
God.
Both of them relatively even here as we see the standing R1 come out here on the side of Pablo, but that damage is just insane from the side of both of them. Even Steven within 100 health of each other, but that extra little hit on the side of the Patas there, bringing about a 200-point lead to Embern. But the trade comes through, tries to go for the Vortex, and the standing R1 comes out on the side of the most coolest, chillest Lion Mask wearer. He just like me for real. On that one round. So GG's, Pablo taking the first stop.
What's crazy to see in action here is G9 being right about the Great Katana. It is the highest skill expression weapon in the game.
Real and true. Real and true. I'm actually super stoked to see how good the Great Cat does in the longer run of things. For me personally, it's cool. The Rakshasha definitely does a decent amount of damage, has hyper armor, but you're losing out on just that flaming strike, especially seeing as that's legal within the bracket. So you do lose out on a little bit of flexibility, but having that hyper armor and a very fast attack is kind of interesting. So you know what, GG's,
Well,
WPs.
I'm kind of curious if the other two Great Katanas will actually find a place within the meta as well. Being able to change the ashes on the regular Great Katana, of course. I think the Dragon Slayer Katana is probably pretty useless outside of a ganking scenario. But yeah, being able to put Flaming Strike on the regular Great Katana, even though you're losing out on that hyper armor, it might actually find its way into things.
Yeah, it's too early to say, especially given that there's so much, like, what's the phrase, hella busted shenanigans going on currently.
Hella busted shenanigans,
Really?
you know, yeah. It's like that skibbity busted shenanigans, if you know what I'm talking about, you know, for you Zoomers out there.
Yeah, my attention span also was very low. Either way, we do have both of our contestants in, ladies and gentlemen. Pablo currently in the lead with 1, Embern not. Are you ready,
Not.
Jay?
I am so ready.
On a 3,
Yeah, let's see this comeback from Ember.
2, 1. Allez.
And they are off, and we're seeing the physics yet again. No frost pots, no dagger spam, nothing coming out here. Just two people going at it with swords, dancing around each other. And Ember is going to do some significant damage here on Pablo with that Shamshir. I'm curious about Pablo's sleep bar here with the eternal sleep grease on Ember's Shamshir. However, Ember is going to take some hits here from Pablo with those crouching R1s coming up with that Rakshasa. The Rakshasa anime giant sword doing some significant damage to Ember. Ember trying to force her way back in, getting a hit off with the running R1 with that Shamshir. I'm very, very, very happy to see Shamshir being played here into the Great Katana, kind of seeing how these interactions might go, but Ember is going to take some huge hits just diving into that hyper armor. It's a very, very dangerous game to play that she is doing right now. She's kind of just going for those running R1s into the backswing spam, it looks like, and up against the hyper armor and the amount of damage that the Rakshasa does, that is maybe not the best call, perhaps, unless Pablo is going for the panic rolls. However, getting the bleed proc off on Ember. Ember going to be on the back foot now as Pablo goes for some more crouching R1s into the Ash of War, the Weed Cutter, which is going to do some huge damage to Ember. And Ember getting some damage in of her own, possibly able to bring it back, but no. Pablo is able to finish her with a final R1 hyper armor trade. GG's.
Interdasting. That Great Katana hyper armor and the fact that it is so fast definitely gives you a fairly clear win condition into a bunch of stuff. The sleep grease is definitely a curiosity as well. We'll have to see how that one pans out in future. Getting that extra little bit of EP times, you know, the NyQuil is an unorthodox means of applying. Sasso, read the name of the tournament. And have a bit of manners, thank you. But
also, it's a great katana.
It's
not a katana.
I mean, it's pretty great, I think. Honestly, it's pretty great.
Make katanas great again. I wish I didn't say that.
Well, you know, it is the 4th, you know, dude. So actually, you know, never mind. All right. Moving on. Hell yeah, USA, brother, says Monty. Alright, we do have both of our contestants back in now once again. Give us... Oh, never mind.
Have we seen Pablo's build, actually?
Let's actually just take a quick peek then, actually, now that you mention it.
Because I am curious on the Divine Beast helmet that he's wearing. Does that reflect on the numbers we're seeing here?
60 dex versus 55 strength on the side of Ember. Interesting.
Okay.
Alright. Are you ready to go? Count me in at your leisure.
Oh, I am so ready, and in a 3, and a 2, and a 1. Allez, brother.
And there we have it. We are going to see the physics here from both of our players. We're going to see these little runarounds here in neutral as the running attack comes through. Force back in now, nice amount of pressure. Keeping neutral, we are going to see some slower play here come out on the side of Pablo. He's taken a little smidgen of damage, but he's not out of it yet as the run attack comes through, managing to actually catch Ember in there. The jump R1 comes out, but it's not going to be able to land on the patas. The Katars, if they were on steroids or use some of those websites you see on funnier websites, the extenders, keeping up going there. We see the standing R1s coming out here. Good spacing here on the side of Pablo, keeping up that nice bit of pressure. Force back in there. We are going to see the crouch attack into a standing R1. Jump R1 comes through there just to get a tastier amount of damage. Ember is going to be punished there at neutral. Pablo chilling like a villain, going for those hyper armor trades there to try and force back. Now Ember's taking even more damage, and the bleed proc, and Pablo, the La Creatura, where the wild things are, fashion to steal from cheese, manages to take that round in an absolute sweep. GG's. 3.
Yes, and where are the wild things?
I don't know
here?
where they are.
Are they in the room with us right now?
They're in my walls, bro. They're everywhere, actually. They're watching me, and I don't like it.
Are they in your ears?
I hope not. It sounds deeply unpleasant. All right, anyway, moving on. Wait, why did I try and save that?
Moving on.
That's weird. Moving
Moving on.
swiftly along, we are going to see it's Montage versus Darcy's Scout in this next round. Grey Cat is actually kind of cool. I actually kind of like it. I think it has some interesting ideas. I wish I enjoyed playing it more, but it is a cool setup.
If I remember correctly, the Crouch R1, that's an 11 frame startup, right?
I haven't checked. I believe it's the same as old Uggs, if I'm unmistaken, but the animation is quite different, which is the cool part.
14 frames. 14 frames. Okay.
But it is kind of Dorito, just in terms of the fact that one of them has hyper armor, and the other one does not.
I believe I saw in LB's stream last night, Stilovsky said that if you want to try and strafe the Great Katana, Crouch R1, you want to try and run around the player's model instead of the blade itself, which makes a lot of sense, because I keep on trying to strafe it and just getting fucking obliterated. So
well, wouldn't that be you anyway, Heartbreaker Jaker? Considering
so I get
nooba. You're so nooba, bro.
Yes. I'm a terrible player, so that makes sense. But you didn't have to bring that up. It's hurtful, and I'm gonna cry now.
I have a real attitude, and I'm not apologizing, but I am sorry for it.
Yeah, way to call me out there, Enda. All right.
Look at him. Look at how pretty he is. Look at that.
Look at that ugly fucking chicken head. Holy shit.
Look at him. Look at him. Look at how look. Just he's so powerful. The main
you know he kind of reminds me of.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what's that?
I was just reading Amelia. There said his 4 active frames.
Okay, that makes sense.
Oh, both of them are actually in. Never mind, I'm stupid.
They are ready, and you're a little cannon dude now.
A little cannon dude. All right. You're gonna count me in, Heartbreaker, Jake?
Oh, I'm gonna count you in so hard. In 3, in a 2, and
Jesus
a 1.
Christ, never do that again. Holy shit. Alright, dude, we are going to see the physics here for both of our players, dude. Kind of curious to see how this one is going to go. Looking at this, we have some ghosty goops, dude. Some ghosty goops, dude, coming in there, taking no damage, but we are going to see Darcy's kind of chilling here, actually trying to go for that two-handed spear, getting a little bit of damage, but Montage and Darcy's taking a lot of damage, dude. Force back now once again. We're going to see 1300 to 781, dude. So cool. The mix potential, dude.
The mix potential.
Would you mix, dude? Would you mix? I'd mix with a whip, dude.
I'd mix.
Only on 109 poise, though, dude. So, looking at this here, obviously, we'd see much more setup variety at a lower poise, dude. I can't actually do this anymore. I'm sorry.
You can't do it the whole time. No, you're fine.
As we are going to see some damage going through here, trying to take a little bit more. We're going to see Darcy's chilling like a villain here with that two-handed spear. Tries to go for that running R1 to try and get that pressure. Saying no to any and all of Montage's mix game. They're trying to go for another one. Standing R1 comes out, but actually going to get schmixed in the corner by those standing R1s. Montage with a little bit of a health lead and the tier. 600 HP to 1100 plus tier. Quite substantial. Force back now once again. We are going to see Montage kind of do that whole I am walking at you menacingly, but I'm not going to press because to assert dominance. But the spinny spin Skelly Bones comes out there to try and get a nice little bit of pressure, but the Frost Pot is through. And the rolling R1s come out there to try and keep up that damage.
I'm sorry, rewind a little bit. What was that consumable I saw Montage throw a little bit earlier?
Oh, the nail.
Like
Is that the nail?
May have been a nail. But Montage takes that one.
He does, in fact, take that one fairly substantially. What's up, Golden Teacher? Welcome in, welcome in.
I'm curious, because he is wearing the chicken fashion, and yet he was playing very aggressively.
You know, maybe it's like a duality of man kind of thing that he's trying to show. He's dressed like a chicken, but he's actually going to be brave. Like, he's really showing, really highlighting just how far you can go.
This is that mind control that Boober talks about all the time. He's getting into his opponent's head. Darcy, you've got to wear that tinfoil hat. You got to put it on.
Well, we were just waiting for Darcy's to get back in here. Montage did a good job there of doing that whole walk up and not press at you playstyle with hyper armor is definitely one of the plays. But we are going to see Darcy's now move over to the off axe, the ice rind axe, main bird, straight from your own heart. But ladies and gentlemen,
Me in there too.
I'm a 3 and a 2 and a 1. Allez.
All right, we're seeing the physics coming out, and Montage is immediately starting with the Frost Pot, which is going to proc Frost on Darcy right off the bat. However, Darcy does manage to roll the damage there. Darcy now switching immediately to Shamshir, but Montage keeping up some high pressure, but going to take a few hits there from that Shamshir and its very powerful backswing. Going back in for a trade. Montage is not able to escape, but he is still keeping up the pressure despite his health deficit, although at this point he is very, 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 very shortly behind on Darcy. Now going back up with the Blessed Dew swap, as we can infer, considering that his health is like slowly ticking up a little bit. Throwing out another one of those nails, I believe?
I can't actually remember the exact name. It's something nail, as far as I'm aware. It's kind of neat. It's a spell as well, so you do have that. But we do see the tibia summons coming out here to try and just keep.
Yeah, the tibia summons. We're seeing a lot of that from Montage here today. It's an interesting zoning tool because you can throw it at your feet and just kind of prevent your opponent from getting any sort of running attack in. I'm not sure how jumping over it goes. However, it does seem to be doing its job of keeping Darcy out. However, Montage switching to the Twin Blade here, which was the one thing in history that he was right about, if I'm correct, right?
Unfortunately, and Montage being correct about anything PvP related is a tragedy, and we should all mourn for its loss, but he is keeping up that tasty amount of pressure there. We are going to see just the panic rolls coming out here on the side of Monty, who is now quite far behind. Darcy's has quite a substantial lead here. Tries to go for those crouch R1s to actually get that finish. As I honestly think a swap to Fist TS or even a Beast Claws, as you were suggesting earlier on, might be the play here. It's just too slow that if the other guy doesn't want to be hit, he won't be.
But there is that hyper armor though, and Montage took the bait. He decided to run in there with a running R1, and Darcy just said, "Actually, I still have that two-hand Great Spear hyper armor, so you're dead."
Unfork bestie? Can we have an unfork bestie in chat here for Monty real quick?
Huge unfork.
I thought it was a normal spear the whole time.
Yeah, it's kind of thin, right? But it's like girthier. It's girthier than a regular spear, but much thinner than a normal.
You are
spear,
asking
right?
for trouble. You are asking for trouble
Are
with,
we
your
gonna
turns of phrase there.
start comparing girth and length of spears and what makes something great and what makes it regular?
I'm choosing not to comment. Okay, I'm going to be above you. All right. Actually, no,
Where do you
that's
measure
even
from?
worse. No, we're not going there either. God damn.
With the spear, do we measure from the hand, or do we measure from the back of the spear, the very end of the handle? These are all questions that are very important that we need answers for.
Answers will come. No, actually, no. No matter what way I do it, it's terrible.
Why don't I count you in? Why don't I count you in
terrible.
here? It's 1-1. We've got endless love here between Montage and Darcy. Why don't I count you in?
Yes,
How's
please.
that?
That sounds better than you opening your mouth in any other context. Please go on.
Oh. In 3, 2, 1. Ale.
You sound so sad. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to do an apology stream after this.
Don't tell me to open my mouth again.
The twit longer is coming, folks. But either way, we are going to see both of our players here going for this long neutral. Montage, not quite sure what to do, but he has swapped over into the, I think it's Godfrey. I can't remember the PvE name on this one. Keeping up that nice amount of pressure, goes for a jumping attack there. Darcy's actually managing to get some decent damage against Montage there. Are we going to see the mix into the crouch R1? We don't. We do see, though, Montage going for some shenanigans and tomfoolery there with the weapon art, trying to actually keep that, but is going to be chipped down slowly but surely, and the crouch attack there aimed down to try and get an extra bit of pressure. And we do see the Ash of War come out here, and the jump attack comes in to try and punish from the side of Darcy's, but it's not quite enough. All of these high recovery things are going to be quite rough, but speaking of high recovery, we now have a lack of it as we see the swap back over to Dismounter, going for these hyper armor running attacks. I can't remember which wins the trade here, the hyper armor trade between Great Spear and that, but we aren't going to see a roll from Montage, which means yet more chip damage on the board. Darcy's doing an excellent job here of keeping up the pressure. Swap over to Sheer from the side of Monty. Sacred Blade. He says a couple of Hail Marys and Bob's your uncle, Fanny's your auntie. He has some damage now as he keeps up that bit of pressure. And you can speak, by the way. Checker.
I was just holding my breath there, but I did want to mention the fact that I did not know that Montage actually has a fairly decent Shamshir. Not on display here. Maybe he saved that for last night. Maybe expended it all because Darcy is able to win every single one of these trades here. He is mashing into hyper armor, and it is a losing battle. And as we saw there, Darcy is now up 2-1 by Montage.
And there's Darcy's taking yet another stock. It's going to be 2-1. Match point for Darcy's. Are we going to see a comeback here from the side of Montage, though, is going to be the question.
What I want to see, because I think that Montage is kind of relying on these knowledge checks with like the Godfrey axe and stuff. And Darcy is too smart of a player to fall for any of it. So he's kind of scrambling to download the data to figure out what is actually going to catch Darcy off guard here. And Darcy is proving to be very resilient to his antics.
I will say as well, so Slans is going to use Rot, Sword Dance, Shamshir. Rot is Blanket Band, and Sword Dance is banned on Sheer.
I would say fight fire with fire here, Montage. Stick to that CGS. Go for the hyper armor trades, but win them. It's easy as. Just win.
What do you think of this high display of Wave Dash skill currently?
Oh, it's incredible. I especially love that you're doing it with this jar cannon. Are you going to be able to get off the bolt, or is Darcy going to send you to your death? Or I'm sorry, their colors are reversed now.
Yes,
it
they
appears
are.
that Montage is red and Darcy is blue.
I can
Dabba-dee-dabba-die.
change that really quickly, hopefully. That is a downside. Darcy's is in red, and Montage is in blue. No, that's not right, because Montage is blue, Darcy's red.
Oh, now they're both blue.
That actually, hang on a second, just before we catch on with this. I can do this. Oh no, never mind, it's fine.
Just like vanilla.
Before, just... the reds forever. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we do have both of our contestants in. Are you ready?
Oh, Montage switching to the Marco setup, it looks like.
The Marco Viso. Marco! Alright, either way. Give us the count in at your leisure.
Oh, at my leisure? Okay. Give me about 10 minutes.
Yeah, cool.
Neither way. 3, 2, and 1.
Boom.
Olé.
Alright, we are going to see the physics, we are going to see the tiers, we're going to see the Great Cat here on the side of Darcy's. Trying to keep up that nice bit of pressure. The dismounter off-axe is definitely one of the plays here. Goes for a standing R1, but the hyper armor is going to be enough to actually swat it aside. The Rakshasa taking... Just, its lingering hyper armor frames are really, really interesting. I think that's the thing. That's the part of it that I find the most interesting, Jaker.
I do too. I think there's a lot of very interesting interactions that you can have with the Rakshasa. Mm-hmm. Also, the fact that it does give you lower defenses, right? Mm-hmm. You take more damage, but that's only during active frames, if I remember correctly. Only while you're swinging does that effect take hold. So if you're in neutral and you're just chilling, minding your own business, or you're trying to roll and you get roll caught or something, you're not actually going to take the downside of that weapon. However, it does look like Montage has kind of downloaded the data here, taking it to heart. Actually, maybe he took my advice, which is weird.
He would never. Not in a million years. The Caster's Curse is a myth, okay? Can't hurt you. But we are going to see the tier proc here from Montage, trying to go for that wall bounce there with the Bestial Roar, but is taking an awful lot of damage. Tries to go for those roll catches. Good turnaways there on the side of Montage. 450 to 162 HP as we see the swap over to Red Feather now. Not on Blue Feather no more. He's one tapped here pretty much, ladies and gents. Are we going to be able to see this comeback? He might have the ability to one-shot here if he lands the right move, as we see the roll come out here on the side of Montage. Setting up there for some first, just a little bit of the lightning grease there. Trying desperately to figure out some means of engagement here. I'm not sure what the play is going for the off-axe. Oh, but he walks into it. And that is going to be Darcy's.
Yeah, the off-axe was an unfortunate choice, but Darcy, very well played. My God.
Yep, she's done an absolutely magnificent job. Well done. GG's WP. Montage relegated to loser's bracket. He can take that L on the chin.
Can I get a womp womp in chat?
Womp, womp, womp. Also, Darcy straight beat me. Lol. Not at all. Not at all.
I don't want to get banned. Pablo, we better see you throw as many daggers as possible, I swear.
Alright, let's get all of our shenanigans changed up. Darcy, good stuff, y'all. And yeah, there's been some really nice fights here so far, and it's going to be no rest for the wicked, as it's going to be montage right off the bat, back to face heaven. Monty versus heaven, the heavens
He wishes he was wicked. Maybe he would defy gravity and actually land a neutral
You are
jump attack.
hilarious. I'm stealing that, okay? I am stealing that. Thank you very much. So it should be montage in blue, and it's going to be Pablo, if I'm unmistaken.
Heaven.
Oh, but wait. Heaven. Yeah, it is heaven versus Monty.
It's heaven, yeah.
I'm very il special. But yeah, good job to Darcy's. Right. We're seeing an awful lot of great cats represented today.
We sure are, and I think there's a reason for that, and I think it's just because it's kind of cool, and these nerds kind of gravitate towards it because it's very anime. It's not as sophisticated as a setup like Halbdag, as you and I know, but it is very anime, and for some reason I think players of this game like anime shit.
Who'd have thunk Souls players being disgusting weebs? Unheard of.
Absolutely disgusting. Repulsive.
Repugnant creatures.
Repugnant. Revolting, even.
Not as good
as the peasants have always been revolting. Yes. But now they're rebelling.
We're actually going to do a little bit of here. Can we point down together, Monty? What if we pointed down together and our fingers touched? What then?
Hey, and while we're waiting here, do you mind if I step away for a second?
Yeah.
I'm going to spare you the details, but
no worries. You do what you got to do. I'll continue on the. I'm going to continue on with this round. Take your time. There's absolutely no rush.
Okay, good. Yeah, I'm going to let everybody's imaginations run wild with what I'm doing. But
all right, let me just get the scorecard sorted out, ladies and gents. It is going to be montage versus heaven. It's going to be Monty in blue. All going well. Yep. And then it's going to be Heavenly One in red. All right, boys and girls. On a 3, on a 2. Oh, there we go. We are out of bullets. On a 3, and a 2, and a 1. Hello. Let's get this show on the road. We are going to see some shenanigans here on the side of montage, trying to set up some shenanigans. The coffin nails coming out there just to try and keep a little bit of pressure right off the bat, but early days yet. Heavenly One sticking on the Great Spear here, but montage has had time to cook, so I'd be curious to see whether or not he's going to make any adaptations, and the Godfrey Axe is definitely going to be one of the plays here to try and just keep up that nice little bit of pressure for win those hyper armor trades, which is the only thing that the axe can really do. And I just realized I need to change something, so let's get this show on the road. Boom. I'll fix that real quick. One and a best of 3. Cool. There we go. Okay. Keeping up that pressure here is its montage, going for these axe swings left and right, actually managing to, I believe, win some of these trades. He's taken a little bit of damage himself, but both sides are relatively low all in all. Heavenly One trying desperately to keep up some form of pressure here, but he has to be aware that the hyper armor can come out. And on top of that, like, I don't believe he wins those hyper armor trades to begin with, even if he does decide to go to it. Loses 2, I'll fix it in a second. Force back in now. Once again, we're going to see the standing R1s come out. Not able to land either of them. Both sides actually struggling to land very much of anything here. We are going to see its montage. They're going for these running attacks from neutral. But the Mesmer's spear comes out and the throw comes out as well. Very nice stuff. And the trade comes through. It's going to be in the favor of Pablo actually managing to get a stagger there. Both sides are within about 100 HP of each other. It's very early days yet. The Frostpot is going to be punished. Montage going for the swings to try and get that pressure. Still, both sides are insanely even right now, trying to keep up that pressure. Monty trying to desperately to get these roll catches here. Both sides struggling to land very hard blows. Off axe is definitely a play, but maybe the off tag might be better for that extra little bit of recovery. It's only minimal, but it can make a world of difference in matchups like these. Goes for a standing R1, goes for a running attack. They're not quite able to land. Neither side's even really able to get positional advantage here either, which is a curiosity as the Frostbot comes out. Try and keep up that little bit of damage. Montage has taken the lead by just under 50 HP. Definitely worth the play, as we are going to see that Ofax finally managing to land a hit. But for every hit he lands, he seems to take more damage himself. Keeping it relatively even. Still both sides within 100 HP of each other still. But funny Ash of War, the most anime shit I've ever seen in my life, tries to go for that trade. Montage is just not able to win these trades. As a bestial roar comes out.
That Mesmere Ash of War, actually, like you said, very anime, but just the fact that it goes for so long.
Yeah, it has an awful lot. It's a lot to learn. Just in terms of what the correct thing is to do. I've seen people strafe it, which is kind of interesting, as we are going to see the fists out now on the side of Heaven. The righteous, the righteous fists, and the blink bolt comes in to get that finish there, and that's going to be Heaven taking the first round. 355 HP left on the side of Heaven.
So I actually am very curious after seeing that. What Heaven did there at the end, that was a blink bolt at point blank directly into an R2, if I'm not wrong, right?
Yes, correct and right. But I think that the blink bolt actually killed before the R2 did, if I'm mistaken.
Okay, so that's actually a very, very interesting use case for the blink bolt on the fists, because I have been curious as to why we're actually seeing that multiple times in this one tournament, because at first glance it didn't really seem that good to me, but there's definitely uses for it, as we've seen here.
Blink bolt seems to be one of those things that's it's going to be setup dependent to the extreme. I've heard whispered, hushed rumors, scandalous tea sipping after mass, that blink bolt Shamshire is quite strong. I haven't had an opportunity to play around with that, but it's definitely going to be one of those things that's going to be kind of neato Dorito. How good it actually is, I don't know, because we haven't really had an opportunity to see it. But it is definitely, we'll see an awful lot of experimenting over the next little while. And maybe
from my understanding, Blink Bolt S stock is another thing to keep an eye on. Kind of for the same reason, where if you're in like a position where you need to close the gap, you could do that directly into an R1, and you'll get the S stock's neutral R1, of course, other than the running, which could be very beneficial.
Oh, for sure.
And then another thing would be with straight swords. I thought that it could possibly work that way as you're getting that neutral L1 out of Blink Bolt. But of course, with the power stance nerf, that may have to sit out for a while. But we might see some experimentation with that in the future.
Big Bolt is strong on anything with good neutral. That kind of seems like my understanding as well, to be honest with you, Heavenly. It seems like interesting. We'll see what people cook with it, honestly. I'm happy. It doesn't seem like ridiculously overpowered. It just seems like an interesting
I want to see Blink Bolt Halberd, honestly. You know, get that Blink Bolt into neutral poke from the Halberd. That'd be kind of interesting for a roll catch, perchance.
Frame 15's iframe, so it's fine. Okay, cool. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, are you prepared? Heartbreaker Jaker.
Oh, I'm never prepared, but I'll do my best.
Alright, well, either way, we have both of our contestants in. Kaboom! Away we go.
No countdown? Oh my god. But we do see that they are both putting up their physics, and we're seeing another Frostbot from the side of Montage, which is to be expected at this point. We've seen him throw a Frostbot, I'm pretty sure, at the beginning of every single round here. We're seeing Heaven on that two-hand Mesmer Spear, which, as we saw from the last matches of Montage versus Pablo, that he actually has a hard time dealing with the two-hand Spear and the Hyper Armor. But he definitely is going to get a bit of damage in there on Heaven with those running R1s on the Twin Blade, the Twin Night Sword to be exact. Heaven trying to get a punish in there as Montage runs off into the ether, throwing out another R1 into nothing. And nothing seems to be landing here from either side, just kind of playing this game of, I'm going to throw out an attack, we're going to see what happens, and seems to be nothing happening. Good roll discipline from the sides of both players. However, Heaven throwing out this crazy Ash of War, which is not going to land for a lick of damage on Montage. Montage still with a significant health lead here on Heaven. Both still with their tiers, however, this round is not over yet, but Montage has definitely downloaded the data here, playing much better against this setup than we've seen in the past. Perhaps he might be adaptable? Maybe he adapted? Or maybe it's luck. We may not know. However, Heaven is now kind of recouping, going back to neutral, resetting things, getting in with that quick poke into the crouch R1, into the Ash of War, which is not going to land. However, Montage has taken a fair bit of damage here. Heaven now on the back foot, though. Very, very, very close to death, but still holding on to their tier. And I do not believe that Montage would be able to tier skip him with a running R1 or running R2 perchance. With a jumping R2 if he gets him low enough. However, I do not see that being in the cards as the tier pops. And they are about even here. Montage still with his tier, however. And Heaven knocking on Heaven's door, as
Good
one
reference,
might say.
Good reference.
As Montage just trying to keep up the pressure with that Twin Blade, which we know Twin Blade is very good at keeping an opponent on the back foot here, not allowing them to reset to neutral as Montage just did because he didn't play the setup correctly. I think maybe taking a little bit too much time. Maybe I'm being too harsh on my good friend. However, he is going to get in there with the running R2 and to a running R1, which is going to do some significant damage. However, Montage now losing his tier, but Heaven is very, very close to death. Montage throwing out what I believe is called the nail. I'm not 100% sure on that still, but it is a very funny looking consumable. Throwing out another Frostpot, which is not going to land, going for those running R2s, which are also not going to land. Heaven just looking kind of dumbfounded there for a second as the tibia call comes out. And he's like, I don't want to get hit by your Skelly boy. That guy ain't going to hit me. That guy ain't got shit on me. But they are very funny, and we do love to see them, and I am really enjoying seeing that. However, the mash into that Twin Blade, oof.
Forcing a 1-1.
Yeah, the keep out game. Montage definitely downloaded the data here. He figured out how to dance around the hyper armor of that two-handed spear.
The funny thing,
you hate to see it as a sports fan.
The funny thing that I've seen there is that on paper, the poise chip setups like Twin Blades definitely struggle pretty badly. And I say that just because it plays off poise chip, you're looking to get those runner 2s and stuff like that. I don't know the exact poise numbers. We have Braun, the Twin Blade goat, who'll probably be able to give us a better idea as to how good that is. So I'd be curious as to what the poise damage is these days. But it's definitely, it's one of the plays. It's one of the plays,
and honestly, just the constant pressure and with the and that chip damage that you could get from the Twin Blade is just always going to be hard to play into. Although I do think that Heaven has the right idea of keeping that setup because he does have the potential to go into the power stance setup, but he hasn't gotten Montage in a position where like a crouch poke or something like a crouch L1 is really going to be beneficial to him. I think overall, just sticking to the hyper armor might be the best play against this.
Yeah, for sure. But I just want to clarify something, Braun. I've banned Storm Stomp because poise chip funny reset Teehee X3. So Storm Stomp is banned. This isn't ladder rules. This is my own cook, which has one or two oversights. The Ender rules, average based Ender rule set,
and Ender rules that allow Lita's Ash of War.
Listen, all right, it's been a busy fucking week, Jesus. But either way, we have both of our contestants in, ready to go.
Do you want me to count you down?
Yes, dear. Yes, dear. That would be so zesty.
Oh my god, I would love to count you down. Maybe in like 3, in like 2, and maybe 1. Let's go!
I thought you were going to count down in 3, 2, 1, not just like go on the 1. Bro, what the fuck? You can't do this to me, dude. What the hell?
I'm so sorry.
But either way, we are going to see Montage swapping over to the Great Sword by the looks of things. Force back in now once again, trying to keep up that nice little bit of pressure. But we see Heaven moving away. Montage is within about 300 HP of Heaven right now. But not quite able to get the hits in that he needs. A rolling at R1 comes out there, but it's not going to hit. We're going to see another running attack come out here, but we are not going to see Heaven be in a position to punish. We do see the nail actually managing to land there. A little bit of damage, a little bit of chip, about 100 chip thereabouts. Kind of neato, but only neato Dorito. Force back in now once again. We are going to see Montage kind of like chilling back in neutral. Do we see it? Helm swap there? No, we don't actually. We do not see that, as we are going to see now keeping up that pressure. Force back now into neutral, goes for a jumping R1. There's the side of Heaven, but is going to be hit by the crouch R1 and the piercing fang. Did it actually land? I don't believe so, but the running attack
believe it did. No,
the running attack does manage to land there. Force back in now once again. We are going to see both players keeping up that tasty amount of pressure. Force back in now once again. We're going to see that standing R1 is going to whiff, but the jumping attack comes through and the piercing fang lands. The Marco special comes through into a crouch R1 and Heaven.
Oh, into the finish.
Sent into.
My God, it's Marco-tage all of a sudden.
Marco.
Wow. And Heaven is empty and all the angels are here.
I don't actually get that reference. I missed that one.
Oh. Hell is empty and all the demons are here.
What song is that? What song is that?
Oh, that's not a song. That's
Are we quoting
quote.
Paradise Lost here? Is that what we've gotten to?
That's not Paradise Lost. I'm trying to remember what that reference is to, actually.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Echo. Yeah, there's been a couple of things. Braun, I've gone to 115 poise as opposed to 109, just because it means we don't have to put... We're seeing about restrictions on TS going forward. Currently, we're not seeing very much. I don't know why Montage has rejoined, but you know what? Listen, it be that way. It is going to be Embern versus...
It's a Shakespeare quote, but I can't remember what play.
It wasn't Macbeth, I know that much. Embern.
It might have been Hamlet, though.
Why do you always quote Hamlet?
And also, the thing is, you're not supposed to say Macbeth, alright? That's bad luck. If you're in any sort of performance, which this is, you are not allowed to say Macbeth.
I'm speaking from the heart. I'm keeping it real.
You call it the Scottish play, Enda. You call it the Scottish play.
What if I don't want to call it the Scottish play? What then?
Well, that's kind of based, Zesty. Alright, that makes you based.
You are so cool for killing that NPC in the most over-the-top way imaginable. Holy shit.
No, Montage, it's BO3 for the
losers
bracket.
all of losers bracket bar finals is best of 3. So, all right, Embern, I just want to say first and foremost thank you to both Embern and Veg Georgie for the 5 gift subs each. These are community events, and as soon as Denmaps is up, we'll be having Denmap tourneys as well. I absolutely appreciate and love both of you. You're keeping the lights on. If there's other people, any people would actually like to donate to, Amelia, for starters, I think deserves an awful lot of love for the apps and everything that she's put in. And I'd like to also say that Luke Yoy, as much shit as he gets, undeserved, all of it. The PvP scene on PC would not be functional without the mods and stuff like that he's currently rocking. So I just want people to be aware. Go support the people who keep the scene alive, ladies and gentlemen.
And don't give any money to Enda. He doesn't deserve it. He hasn't done anything.
Yeah, I'll post some links before we're done to like Ko-fis and stuff for the people who are very based. And you can donate at your leisure. All right, Buff's gone. Magnificent. All right, ladies and gents.
I didn't mean it, by the way.
I hate you. Fuck you. It's too late now. I'm never speaking to you again. Friendship.
Well, can you count me in?
Friendship.
Can you count me in,
3, 2,
please?
1. Oh, never mind. Rip and piss.
No, 3, 2,
1, go. There we go.
You. Okay, and they're both off. They both got the physics up. And we're seeing the Patas on the side of Endburn. Once again, this time switching, opting for the Poison Grease as Dawn throws out that Ash of War from the Sword of Light that I just absolutely love. The laser light show. It is so cool. But Dawn is going to take some significant damage after pulling that off with the high recovery time as Endburn is able to get in there with those Poison Patas. I love the alliteration. It's very fun to say. Into the Flaming Strike, which is going to just chip away at Dawn. Dawn losing their tier. Endburn almost with a full stack of health there on their health bar.
Jesus.
Throwing out a preliminary flaming strike, fire strike, whatever you want to call it. Dawn now being trapped almost in the corner here by Ember's Patas. Ember running in there with the running R2, I believe that was, into the R2 combo. Dawn still has not had a poison proc, however, so maybe Ember might be better off switching to the lightning grease here, just to finish Dawn off, if they so please. But the poison is very stylish. You do love to see it, and you hate to smell it. Looks like Dawn is taking that poison bolus uncontested. However, Ember is able to close the gap and finish it off. Pods are too long, but I love them.
And the dawn rises, ladies and gentlemen. The shields were in fact splinters. The axes were broken. And that's Ember on the scorecard to begin. I think I can't remember who.
I was gonna say there's no dawn for men, but
the age of the Ark is upon us. Would that count as an
no dawn, but men? No, that's Saruman who says that.
Yeah, that was. Fuck. I need to rewatch The Two Towers now, as opposed to arguing politics with Todd.
Do you want to watch The Two Towers maybe later and like not talk about politics?
No, that we know what happens. All right, I just get this fervor in me whenever I see Theoden make a speech. It just happens.
Look, the thing is, Edoris's tax policy is ridiculous. Okay, like you can't afford to live in Edoris as a peasant these days.
It's absolutely appalling. I'm just seeing some stuff here. I'm seeing invisible hitbox at the end. Let me just check the messages here that we've gotten nothing. They said my name. Fuck you.
I don't think anyone said the dropout dragon. Did you say the dropout dragon?
I did say the dropout dragon. I'm sorry, I summoned him. I'd be sad about the game forever. Alright, either way, we have both of our contestants in. Ember 1, Dawn not. Never mind, I'm out of votes. Count me in at your leisure.
Can I count you in? Can I count you in?
Yeah,
okay, I've been dying to count you in. I've been dying all day to count you in. So a 3, and a 2, and a 1. Let's go! Boom. Power Rangers.
Alright, we are away. We have the camera in position. The buffs in. The poison patas, the PP for short, is now out on the side of Ember, as we are going to see some nice pressure. But that stone axe comes through, and the jumping R1 comes through as well. Force back now once again. We are going to see. Is that the new
That is the savage lion's claw you're seeing on that stone club, not stone axe. Like
I'm sorry. The stone axe is gonna. No, I did it again. God damn it! Stone club is gonna unga bunga like no one's business into these poison patas. However, the poison patas are going to be getting some pretty solid build up here, as we're going to see the standing R1s coming out here on the side of Dawn. But the flaming strike just has a little bit of appeal to give her a bit of breathing room here against the hilarity that is that funny thing as the standing R1s come out. The standing R1s from the stone axe are a little bit goofy, haha, silly, but they're not going to go with the rest of that Ash of War, electing instead to run back. Embern is a mile away, keeping those runaways going here with this run R2s. Of course, the Barbaric Roar standing ban.
Was there a Barbaric Roar?
There is no Barbaric Roar. I'm saying the reason why she's not using it is because Barbie Roar is, of course, blanket banned. And we see the swap over to BHB. The first time they've showed up so far in bracket. Interesting, keeping up that nice little bit of pressure. Force back in now once again. We are going to see both players here going for that run R2. The true combo comes through. R2 into R2 is true on Patas, because FromSoft is hilarious in every conceivable way. Forcing back that nice bit of pressure. We're going to see the BHBs managing to get that R2 to hit there. But the mash on the side of Embern actually getting it with the crouch R1s into a spinning slash there. Actually managing to get a tasty amount of damage there. Crouch R1s on BHB are absolutely obscene. The run R2 is, of course, unreactable. The damage and the spinning slash.
Oh my god.
And that is going to be...
That's all she wrote.
That's all she wrote, but it's going to be 1-1 now, ladies and gentlemen.
That is 1-1. I have to say, I am loving watching Embern in this tournament right now. She is a woman after my own heart with those patas. They are very powerful. However, she's the only one that's run them today, I believe, and I'd love to see it. Yeah, personally.
Is that backhand blade? Yeah, we're I'm gathering evidence for the Hague currently, Bron. That's again. I wanted to allow some strong stuff. I was still considering that thrusting shield was going to be broken. I wanted to see what that was going to be like. Crept in by the
They
bandist, I
offer
guess.
you
No,
a egg in this trying time.
it was allowed. I knew what I was doing with allowing that. I wanted some strong stuff.
You did ban greases, right? And
Greases
buffs on the
and
backhand blade.
buff. I did allow the multi-hit buffs because I have a very funny sense of humor. And I wanted a short tournament, so we'll see how this one pans out.
And this is the first time we've actually seen it today. So I mean, maybe people will catch on in the last few rounds here.
Wella has said BHB without the busted ash is fine. No.
Oh no!
No, it is not.
Oh,
That
sweet
is
summer child.
It's absolutely obscene. And yes, ogres. This is my own cooked rule set. I've missed Lida's particularly. It's S tier now as opposed to triple S tier. So yeah, we'll see. Anyway, either way, 1-1 match point. Embern versus Dawn. Enough dilly dallying. The dilly dalliers in question.
Quit ya yapping.
The yappers in question, ladies and gents. In a 3 and a 2 and a 1, Jaker, take it away.
All right, and they are off, and we're seeing Embern is still on the pot as Dawn opting to stick to the backhand blade as it was so effective in the last round. We'll see if Embern is able to adapt to just how oppressive those backhand blades can be, despite how stupid they look. But Embern is going to catch a Frostpock from that Frostpot that Dawn threw out there, but able to roll the actual damage itself, just looking very chill at the moment. However, neither player is managing to actually land a real comprehensive hit on the other, despite Dawn keeping up this constant pressure here, which Embern is only able to return in kind with a few R1s that are not going to land, but going to take some damage of her own. However, oh my god, stuck in that spinning slash, which is going to do significant damage to Embern as she hops off of her Crimson Tally, I can only
Almost
presume.
off the edge there was Ember. That was
the
a
edge
close
as
one.
well. Is that part of the caster's curse where I say hop off and Ember's like, I feel the call of the void here against these backhand blades with how oppressive these can be, especially considering the range and the moveset of Pata, but the fact that she just can't find an opening on Dawn that can't be punished. It really is a testament to just how powerful these backhand blades are. And the spinning splash might actually be something to look at here. With how much damage Dawn is able to put out with that spinning slash. Embern's still able to get a few cheeky hits of her own, but every single one going punished by Dawn. With those fast crouch attacks into the running attacks, into the spin slash, Dawn still holding onto their tier as Embern is at death's door, and that is it. Dawn takes another one.
Lol, Italians take another. The Mafia actually bribed me before this tourney to make sure that BHB was actually going to be allowed in this tourney. I worry for my life. This is a call. This is a cry for help.
Yeah. when they gave you that money, when they bribed you, did they tell you that you never had the makings of a varsity athlete? Because that's what I've always thought.
No, an absolutely insane setup, and just to be clear, they were allowed for a very specific. I did know what I was doing with that one, so good showing here on the side of them. At this point, it's going to be allowed only with kick. Lol. Yeah, there's so much stuff that you can do with it. I've restricted it quite heavily in this tournament. I'm not even sure what you could do while allowing that particular backhand blade. It's
honestly, I'm gonna be honest. I feel like almost like just forcing hyper armor trades like might be the play here. As silly as that sounds, like maybe the Rakshasa or something like that. Like, what do you do into that with like being able to just like outperform Pata, something that is clearly overtuned as is, and I'm sorry, I'm actually at a lack of knowledge here to give real advice.
From what I've been able to tell, banning multi-hits, keeping only the Curse Blade, I believe, is what Bron suggested earlier on, preventing crouch and run attack tallies, which I have done. I've just allowed the multi-hits because I have a sense of humor, because I just wanted to say that even with base game stuff, that thing is absolutely broken. I'm pretty limited in what I can actually do as a TO, because I'm mid as shit as a player, so I like to think that the viewing rule sets and stuff like that is...
As we discussed before, you're upper mid.
I'm upper middle class.
Oh,
The only
sorry,
thing
keep going.
that's just Braun has just very quickly said the only thing that feels mildly playable in Storm Stomp Fists. Interesting. Darcy's is there, and I'm just getting so Darcy's is going to be on the right. Cool, and then it's going to be who's a Pablo? Pablo versus Darcy's.
Is that Darcy's over in the corner doing the whoop whoop? It's the sound of the police.
That was something I wanted to show earlier. Is if I set both colors, they do funny things.
Yeah, this is giving me like as an American, this is scaring me. This is triggering my anxiety seeing these colors flashing. But y'all go, you carry on. I'll look away.
Yeah, look away. And now they are no longer a epilepsy warning, so we have that going for us right now. That's very pro. All right, let's just take a quick look and make sure that I have all of my items set. This is going to be the semi-finals. Let me just get all of that organized on my side. Semis, cool, and then we disable that, cool, and it is going to be, if I can recall correctly, I think, is this best of 7 or best of 9? I can't remember, let me just check.
Shall we take a peek at the challenge?
I can't do that on my side, but I'm going to be taking a peek. Winners and losers, it's only winners and losers finals, that's, oh, this is technically winners finals, so it is best of 7, okay.
Oh.
Yeah, best of 7, cool beans.
Cool beans.
So cold,
dude.
Ice cold, dude. Alright, let me find the thing. Sorry, folks. There we go. Alright, best of 7. Alright, first of 4, folks. First of the first 4s. Ladies and gents. I'm not doing
Darcy
it. I've already done it.
A frosty cast.
My voice can't do it today, I'm afraid. I've already done one. Roll back. You can rewatch the other one, but either way, Jaker, will I count you in, bestie?
Count me in, dude. Let's see this mix potential.
Dude, the mix potential on the shots, dude, so cool. Anyway, so defeat picks, dude. All right, go.
All right, and dude, we are seeing them going off now with the physics, and we're going to see some staunch aggression here from the side of Darcy, but it's going to be punished by Pablo immediately. We did not get to see it because of Enda's camera skill issue
the fuck up.
right off the bat. However, both combatants seem to be about on par in terms of HP left at the moment, dude, which is very cool, but we're seeing a great katana duel here, dude, which is something that I have been looking forward to since it got announced. But Darcy is going to take some big damage here from Pablo. However, Pablo in turn is going to take some like big damage, dude, from the side of Darcy, which is very, very poggers. However, Darcy is going to go down, and that is it. That is the match there. Pablo taking it over Darcy and the great katana duel, dude.
Dude, I have to say, dude, like, DS2 was cool. All the FromSoft games are so cool, dude. Did you know I love Miyazaki, dude? Did you know that, dude? Platonically, of course. Okay, I can't keep it up. All right, before I go out with the...
Wait, can you shout out Frosty? I feel like after that he deserves a shout out at the very least.
If you are following Frosty, go watch him. I don't think he's typed in chat, so I don't think we have the ability to actually shout him out. What a silly goober for not being in the end of chat, bro. Absolutely obscene.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't trust anybody that's not in your chat.
For real. Personally, I wouldn't anyway. Okay, I wouldn't anyway.
Obvious reasons. I don't trust most people in your chat anyways, but if they're not in your chat, then I definitely don't trust them.
Were these Rekshaka? Are you both on Rekshakas, guys?
I believe they are. That's what it looked like. It seemed to be some hyper armor trading going on.
Yo, Chi-Chi.
Good job,
PvE.
good job. What are you thinking of that Divine Beast mask? Like, the more I see it, like Pablo looking fine.
He's looking quite good with it, and I think that we should all be wearing it just to trigger the fuck out of KJL, personally.
Yeah, Chal would possibly explode if there was a tournament where everyone wore where the wild things are. But either way,
give me the countdown, bestie.
Okay, I'm gonna count you in. I'm gonna count you in right now. I swear to God. In 3, 2, 1. Alley.
Alright, there we go. We are going to see the physics. We are going to get this fight underway. Some clumps coming out there to try and get an extra little bit of damage right off the bat. We're going to see Pablo chilling here, trying to go for that bit of pressure. Darcy's electing to go for the Great Spear here. Pablo now forced back now once again, but he is going to be keeping up that nice bit of pressure. Darcy's goes for run R1. Good roll out there on the side of Darcy's there with that. Another jump attack comes through there, not quite able to connect. The turnaways there on the Great Cats are definitely the play. We do see the swap back over though onto Halberd. Off axe here on the side of Darcy, trying to keep up that nice bit of pressure. Goes for just these runaways here and just does not want to get clipped by that Great Katana. We are going to see Pablo. He is at a life disadvantage by about 500 HP, so it's still within 1 or 2 R1s of each other. However, the run R2 is going to be interrupted. Halberd does struggle into hyper armor, tries to go for that roll catch, not quite able to make it. The off axe here just swings left and right just to see if she can catch Pablo off guard, but good strafe there comes out on the side of Pablo, and actually manages to get that chase down there with the crouch R1. Darcy's rolling away, is quite behind here, ladies and gents, as we're going to see these rollaways here on the side of Darcy's. Does manage to get a bleed bolus off, not wanting to get bleed procced at the wrong moment. Forced back now. We are going to see the halberd there, doesn't manage to get any extra damage there with the off axe. But Pablo still has quite a substantial lead, and that's going to be the tier prod for Darcy's. Oh, and the inescapable comes through! Oh, good roll out there on the side of Darcy's, but that's going to be Pablo taking.
And Pablo is on fire with this setup. Have we seen Pablo use anything but the G-Cat today?
No, I think he's been pretty committed to it. He's doing an absolutely exceptional job with it. He's currently halfway through to winning this round. Again, it's first of 4, ladies and gentlemen, with these best of 7s. Oh,
yeah, no, absolutely. Totally intentional backstab.
Yeah, you're learning. He's learning, guys. That's what I mean. He's improving as a player, goddammit. He knows. He knows.
That he said that was intentional puts him into the upper echelons of backstab fishes in my book.
When is the big line, I can barely see the hand animations of blending. That's the only reason I would actually see to be able to actually ban it, Lichtenauer. It's a curiosity. I'm always like super cautious about deleting best of classes. That's my...
I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be honest. Anything that you could do is... Okay, so the Divine Beast helmet, right? The small one gives you +3 in strength and dex. Has basically the same stats as the Divine Beast head. I think it has less poise. I believe it's 8 poise instead of 13.
Yeah.
Whereas the Divine Beast mask, it gives you 4 in both strength and dex. They have the same focus hit, I believe. I personally would be totally fine with banning the Divine Beast mask and only allowing the helmet. Simply for the animation blending reason.
For the animation blending, maybe
right.
we'd have to do more data. But either way.
Could we talk about this for 6 hours, actually?
I think we should. I think we really
let's
should.
get into a lengthy discussion on this right now in the middle of your tournament. But yeah.
Throwing shade, you'd never. Either way, ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, on a 2, and a 1, Pablo in blue, Darcy's in red. Allez.
Allez! They are off, and we are seeing those physics come out. We are seeing something I couldn't see because Enda's giant Lionel head was in the way, and now the wall is in the way. However, Darcy is going to take some damage here from Pablo as they then go into a trade. They are both opting to use the Rakshasa. Yet again, we're seeing this Great Katana epic duel. This is just like that time in Samurai Champloo where the characters fought, and I can't remember their names, but it was a really good anime. But either way, Darcy is definitely at a health deficit here. However, Is it just because his giant head is blocking it, or is Pablo's tier already... Okay, no. Pablo does have his tier. It's his giant head that's blocking it. Okay, that makes sense. However, Pablo is getting these crouch pokes off, and they are just devastating to Darcy, as Darcy's tier disappears into the ether. However, Pablo is still knocking on death's door, because Darcy is getting some very good hits in of their own, as Pablo then presses the aggress, but then backs off a little bit as Darcy goes for that jumping R1, which was beautifully executed, actually. It looked like a 180 R1, but it is not enough as Pablo, with 85 points of HP left, takes the W over Darcy. Very close match, very well fought.
Yeah, GG's to both. Well played to both, and I have to say that was a really, really nice, nice finish in that. Curious thing to keep him. Finish. I'm turning on my stream. Apparently, that's very unpro. I will say that the tracking on some of those attacks was kind of interesting. I think it might have a very similar game plan to sides in the sense that you have the R1, the crouch R1 mix up there. Although I'm not sure because the second R1 comes out in the chain on the Great Katanas. So you're actually limiting your anti-air options against people who do decide to jump, but I haven't looked at the hitbox to be able to tell. It's a curiosity. I can't tell if people are going to find tech against it with like an R2s or something like that to be able to actually get the anti-airs off. I would imagine that that's going to be something that's going to be slowly but surely developed over the next little while of strategies for dealing with the jumps and stuff like that, and potentially low that. I'm out of breath. Holy shit, I need to take a breath in between those anymore. Fuck.
Well, okay, yeah, while you're taking a breath, there is the Great Katana Ash of War where you do the overhead chop, if I remember correctly, which may be an answer to that for the anti-air, but that, of course, is not available on the Rakshasa. So it would have to be a swap. However, on a high dex build, both weapons are viable. I would like to see a little bit more of the regular Great Katana represented, just so we could see how it interacts with different ashes. And yes, it doesn't have hyper armor, so it probably still isn't optimal even without being able to change the ash. But either way, Enda, do you want me to count you in?
I would love you to, darling. I would absolutely.
Oh my god. Okay. Let's count it in. Let's count it in 3, and a 2, and a 1.
God, I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous. Yeah. All right, there we go. We are going to see both of our players go. Jeez, shut the fuck up. We are going to see both. We are going to see both of our players here going for their respective buffs. Immediate pressure here on the side of Darcy's managing to get a tasty bit of damage there, but not too far away is Pablo. Both players now within about 200 HP of each other. We're going to see that off-axe coming clutch. Good rollouts there on the side of Darcy. Pablo, just going for these rolls here, is going to be able to interrupt that off-axe fast, but not fast enough. Force back now once again. Darcy's taking yet more damage in this match point. Pablo doing an excellent job of just keeping up that pressure, and we see the Blink Bolt come through. As you had suggested, the Blink Bolt into standing R1 on Halberd has been tested, and it looks doo-doo garbage. GG's though, as we see Darcy's now swap back over onto the heavy great speed, the Great Lance, sorry, excuse me, the new one, the Mesmer's one. Not managing to get much damage.
The Mesmer's Soldier one?
Oh, the Shamshir is now out here on the side of Darcy's, but the Ash of War, the Weed Cutter, comes out here on the side of Pablo. But Sheer into this could be kind of an interesting one, as we are going to see Darcy's chilling here in neutral. She is quite the hill to climb, and Pablo has to be careful, but he does manage to go for that hyper armor interrupt, forcing back there. If Darcy's going for a run attack there, has to be careful about the standing R1s coming out of the crouch poke there on the run-ins, but Pablo tries to go for that. We are going to see these runaways into standing R1s. Good rollout there on the side of Darcy's standing R1 into the crouch R1, R1 on the side of Pablo. Those recovery cancels coming in clutch for that R1, crouch R1, R1. We see Pablo there going for another one. Tries to make magic happen twice, but magic, once you dismiss the illusion, is just that, an illusion. Force back in now. Darcy's stuck in the corner. We do see a swap here onto a Shamshir. Darcy's is 8 HP and a dream, trying to keep up that pressure. But that is going to be Pablo armor moving on to finals.
That was a ballsy hyper armor trade there at the end there for Pablo. He was just barely clinging on to hell, to life there at the end. But
wait, hang on a second.
Wow, the foros, yeah.
Look at where we are.
Beautiful. I love seeing the anatomy of a castle.
That's
nothing gets me going more than just like seeing the innards.
No, I'm back.
Of a castle.
No. Yeah, Pablo didn't want to get back.
Why is Pablo banned?
Because because he's gotten second place, so he's not allowed to participate in more of these.
He's not allowed in future. Hey, you know what? That's actually a huge moment, though. Like, seriously, congratulations to Pablo for that. Like, you are no longer allowed to participate.
You are no longer Nuba. Congratulations, duder.
You have earned your yellow belt in PvP.
All right, well, it looks like we have about 4 matches to go. Jake, I think we're going to take a very quick break.
Understandable. I believe in breaks. How are we feeling
so far, though?
I am loving these fights, honestly. Every single one has been... I've been on the edge of my seat, biting my nails, ripping my hair out, tearing off my skin at the conclusion of every single fight. I've really, really, really loved to see a lot of these players perform. I'm not familiar with a lot of them.
Mm-hmm.
Me being a lowly console peasant who is forced to eat nothing but scraps and mutton. Well, mutton's pretty good
From
actually.
Michael Zaki
Mutton's a
himself.
little bit too good. Yeah, from Michael Zaki himself. However, no, I am really enjoying this. All of these fights have been great. Everyone's performing so well. I'd love to see the new players mixed in with the slightly more experienced players, mixed in with there's been a lot of variety, which I wasn't expecting. Like the backhand blades only showing up in one round
Yeah.
was huge. Like the fact that we've only seen those once, and everybody's just being so creative, and we're really getting to know what these interactions are like between vanilla and DLC. I don't know. It's cool. I think it's pretty cool.
Pretty cool. All right. Well, just before we go on our quick break, there's Ronan Senshi 74 Omega, the real. Onimorph, thank you so much for the follows, guys. Mega Catten. I thought it was Mega Kitten. I was gonna be like, man, that sounds like a TS player. But either way, love and appreciate you all. We'll see you all in about 5 minutes. Chat you in a bit. Oh, that's the wrong one. one.
it.
And there we have it, folks. We are going to be seeing the last of the best of threes between It's Montage and Dawn. Jaker, do you have any more thoughts before I answer Spawn Baguette's question?
Honestly, I was gonna try and answer Spawn Baguette's question, but the fact that I am neither Irish nor you, I think I'm in a bad position to do so. So I'm gonna let you carry away with that.
So the joke is that my great grandfather was Irish, and he was from the O'Houlihan clan, and it's a long-standing joke. Culturally, there's some similarities between the Irish diaspora and the actual Irish. But the joke isn't patty as opposed to paddy, it's plastic pat. That they're pretend, basically, is like the idea. So let me just actually get all of these things changed. The montage is in red. And...
Dawn is flashing.
And he's flashing us, oh god damn.
Or sorry, Montage was flashing. Stop flashing us, Montage. We don't need to see that.
Yeah, it's a bit of common fucking decency, dog. I'm running out of bolts, but that's okay.
I will have you know, I am on my mother's side, part Scottish, and her grandmother, their clan, has a castle that we were actually able to trace back to Scotland. So effectively, I'm Scottish, and that makes me very cool in America.
Real and true, but either way, we do have both of our contestants in. Montage in red. Dawn in blue. Backhand blades, I'd imagine, versus whatever jank Monty is rocking. And ladies and gents, and a 3 and a 2 and a 1. LA.
And they are off with the physics, off to the races. Montage gonna throw a frostpot, maybe? No, actually, Dawn throws the frostpot this time. Very cool, very powerful. But we are seeing a little beam of light. I don't exactly know what that little ball is or what it does. I'm thinking Navi from Legend of Zelda.
It's Navi if she was an ICBM, but very slow.
Very, very slow. Just a little sperm cell trying to make its way to the egg. However, Montage going into that hone bolt, hone bolt. No, not hone bolt. What's that called? I'm drawing a blank here. But either way, we're getting that little tiny madness warming stone thing coming out. That is not really doing much except for just keeping Dawn at bay. And I love keeping the Dawn at bay because I hate going to work. Montage taking some significant damage here as Dawn moves in with those backhand blades. Looking very cool, very anime. Doing a Naruto run, it looks like, as Montage throws down a frostpot right in front of his face. He's like, nah, this is my area. Get out of here. However, Dawn is going to land a frostpot on Montage. Procking the frost. Montage now susceptible to more damage as Dawn moves in. Montage taking significant hits. Montage on death's door at this point almost, but still holding onto his tier. Both players holding onto their tier, I should say. And I do note that Dawn does have the Godskin swaddling cloth on, with these backhand blades going to be gaining health as they take away Montage's health like the vampire they are, and Montage goes down.
Damn.
Dawn walking away with barely a scratch here.
Damn. Yeah, that's, if there was ever any doubt before, lads, there most certainly isn't anymore. Dawn won in our best of 3, first 2. Those backhand blades are insane. They're actually bonkers.
Have you ever thought about the actual functionality of a backhand blade? Like, how would you use that IRL without severely hurting yourself?
You could do it. Yeah, I wouldn't advise it, but you could. Yeah. I was talking with Draco not so long ago, Upsetty Spaghetti Vulture, and they did point out that every fucking sword channel and their mothers is going to come out with videos going, actually, the backhand blade, you could use that, but I'm not sure why you would use that.
Oh, I can't wait for the Shadiversity one where he's like, actually, it's very misogynist, I'm sorry, I'm going to be very misogynist about the backhand blades here. Never mind, okay, I'm not going to get into that, but,
Monty, not Monty, sorry, Monty's here. Monty's in red, Dawn is in blue. Jaker, there you go. Could you
I am in neither color. I am all the colors of the rainbow, as people know. Without further ado, let me dive into that a little bit more. Maybe, Enda, I could count you down in in like 3,
And like,
and
yeah,
a
that would be
2,
so cool.
and like 1.
Oh my
Let's
god!
go.
Alright, there we go. We are going to see the war crimes. This is welcome to The Hague, ladies and gentlemen, as we're about to see. Oh no, he's actually swapped over to Stone Club. Interestingly enough, maybe Dawn does have a conscience after all, as we are going to see now Dawn taking yet more damage, trying to go for that trade. Montage electing to go for the twin blades here, trying to get that little bit of poise chip into a insane amount of damage, as we are going to see whatever the hell that's called do insane damage. Dawn is taking some serious damage all the way through here. Force back now once again. Run R2 comes out here on the side of Montage, but it's not going to land. Sacred Blade is actually going to be punished there, as we are going to see Dawn at 525 HP in a dream. Oh my god.
Oh my
So
god.
low, as we are going to see yet more spinny skelly bones shenanigans coming out here on the side of Montage. Force back now once again. We are going to see Dawn trying to keep it close here. Shocked he hasn't gone for the backhand blades here once again, considering how lightly restricted they are on this tourney. As you see the force back now once again. Jumping attack comes through, not quite able to land. Dawn is on death's door, but he does not want to be hit, and someone who doesn't want to be hit is very hard to put away with these games, even with something as fast and has as much forward momentum as Twin Blades. Are we going to see the Beast Claw come out here on the side of Montage? No.
Well, you have to keep in mind how safe Shamshir is, right? On the side of Dawn. Like, he could throw out these attacks and then just roll and not get hit even by a Twin Blade.
It's going to be Montage taking the win, forcing a 1-1, ladies and gents.
1-1, my favorite giant. Rest in peace.
What?
What?
That went right over my head, that did. That went right over my head, that did.
Oh, that's a Game of Thrones reference.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. You'd say in a reference that wasn't like from the Lord of the Rings or a movie I'd watch. Fuck you, Jake.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. And what do your elf eyes see?
Someone cringe in VC with me. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to wait for Dawn and Montage to get back in here. Dawn has gone for their rune arc. Monty, we're just waiting for him to get back in the world.
What is the name of that consumable? The little Navi nuke.
Let's actually see. Hang on a second. What's it even called? I haven't organized my inventory like at all.
Also, something I would love to see from Montage. So he's been doing on his channel. In case you guys don't know, he's like this guy that's like streams and makes YouTube stuff. But he's been doing like a lot of like really cringe one shots. I kind of want to see him do like one of those one shots here. But either way, yeah, if you want to count in,
I'd love to. I would. Do you want me to?
Please do.
Okay, on a 3 and a 2 to 1, go.
And they are off, and we're seeing the physics come out. Montage throwing out the Frostpot. Dawn throwing out the Frostpot. Neither landing. However, Montage A is going to catch the proc of the Frost, and he is very cool, very chill, very awesome. Never mind, I regret saying that. But Dawn is going to take some damage from that running R1 from the side of Montage as he gets him with that Twin Blade with the Lightning Grease. However, I have to say, I'm a little bit confuzzled because I can't make out whether it's regular lightning grease or if it is power crept lightning grease. They both look so similar to me, but either way, Montage now at a health deficit over Dawn, who has been using the backhand blades yet again. Montage is just going to have to adapt, have to learn how to deal with these backhand blades and the amount of damage that they're able to put out. However, he seems to be doing a very good job of getting some chip in there with that running R1 on the Twin Knight Swords. But Dawn just seems to be outmatching him in damage. Every single hit that Montage lands, Dawn returns like tenfold. Like just doing so much damage.
Oh, nice.
And yeah, now they both have their tiers still, it looks like. But Montage is definitely on the back foot here, trying to roll out, getting away from that corner pressure that he could have landed himself in there. However, he is without his tier and without a hope, and without a damn. Montage is out of this tournament now as Dawn.
Look at how pretty he is. Look at the dandelion mask. What an absolute fucking legend.
What a dandy. What a lion.
GG's, Monty. Good run, brother. Good run. Those do wild damage. Oh, I know. I knew going into this what this was going to be, but I thought it would be funny. Again, we're Exhibit A at the ICJ, guys. That's where we're at.
No, fantastic fights. You put up a good fight there, Montage. Especially up against something as oppressive as the backhand blades
That
can
was
be.
payback for the Godfrey Hacks round. Not happy about that one.
Oh
Oh
man.
dear. All right. Well, now it's going to be Darcy's versus Dawn. Darcy's Scout. We get this.
I actually I have a quick question for
Yeah.
you, Mr. Enda
Yes,
the
dear.
Leon.
Yes, dear.
Do you believe so? Backhand blades have obviously found their way in the top of the meta at this point, right? What setups do you think actually compare to them or might be better?
I haven't fought them enough to be able to say one way conclusively or the other. I don't know, actually. We'll have to see Thrusting Sword and Shamshir at a high level put up against them. Both of them are high fundy setups, and with the ability to just interrupt 90% of its shenanigans. Biggest trouble I have with it is the unreactable run R2, which seems to have a good, decent enough moveset. It at least hits at like... The startup is definitely quite quick, and we have to see what people are able to do with it. I don't know if the angle of the hitbox comes out directly at 12 frames, or if it's like something like 13 or 14. So I haven't had an opportunity to look at the hitbox and see when it's actually active and how much it's actually real that 12 frame attack is. Crouch R1 is very good, but I feel it can be outranged. But it's the obscene amount of damage that does very, very well on account of it.
Absolutely.
But yeah, it is going to be Dawn versus Darcy's.
I'm really hoping that we see nothing but backhand blade from here on out. I want to see backhand blade mirrors from the bottom up. Everything.
Well,
just backhand mirror.
Just like the game would have gone, bottoms up. So you know what, like, all right.
And then I want to give a nice backhand to whoever decided to add these to this video game.
Let me just check now what the.
Never mind. I do not support violence.
I think you're lying, personally. This is losers finals, folks. So we are going to be looking at a best of. I think it's a best of 7 again. Yeah, best of 7 again.
Should we clue Mag Casual in on the state of Duelist Shield?
The Duelist Shield, I've left it up for the time being. Mag, just because I didn't want to change the rule set literally the fucking day of. So it's still restricted for. Got kicked. Poo piggy, unfortunate. Try rejoining again, Darcy's. Can't seem to join, gonna relaunch, give me a minute. That's very weird. Let me just close and reopen. Yeah, we'll just, we might have to just do a quick restart. Hey, listen! Remember, we have been going for fucking ages, lads. Absolute ages, and this is the first, like, sign of trouble that we've had. So GG's, everyone.
Yeah, actually, that's pretty powerful for an Elden Ring tournament.
Everything has been going smooth. Again, big shout out to Luke Yoy for basically saving PC, the duelist scene especially, with the seamless co-op mod. None of this would be possible in the time frame. We're not GG's and GG's especially to Seamless. Yeah, all the playtesters, all the coders, all the people doing the network stuff, absolutely phenomenal.
Actually, no, fuck that guy. He ruined invasions. I can't get any invasions now because everybody's on Seamless.
Well, the funny thing is, actually, like, the Seamless is a very similar model to Dark Souls 2. It's limited, obviously, it's not quite the same. But having opened up, it's super active. Not all of it is good activity, but it is super active. It is super active. You get invasion after invasion after invasion. It's almost as if, like, designing the networking with PvP vaguely in mind, or having a focus on it, would actually make it function. It's crazy. If I need to restart, guys, let me know, by the way.
That's actually ridiculous. How dare you? You dare question my god, Michael Zaki's vision? You dare question him?
I know, it's shocking.
Into the Lion?
I would. I'd say that he has no idea what he's doing in terms of direction for how these games should be, but that's funny. GG's though. I mean, Swift Slash is one of the ideas that has ever been added into the game, so...
I think Swift Slash is healthy for the game, actually, in the long run.
So true.
Because one thing I noticed about Swift Slash, I could go into a random arena duel and I see somebody holding a staff and wearing very light armor or
Yeah.
clothing, and I could just equip Swift Slash, and then I could move on to the next duel,
That
and
is
it's great.
true. Then maybe that is the consideration that you have a win button. Would you say that they should
Yeah.
have just added chainsaw as a feature then? Like,
No, no, no,
if the
no.
duel
Because I
lasts
think
more,
that's I think
go on.
I disagree with G9 about Great Katana being the most highest skills expression in the video game. I think that Chainsaw is the highest skill expression in the video game, and I think that if they added it as just a thing you could do, then the game would die because everyone would do nothing but that. But because there was actually a bar for entry for the chainsaw, it makes it fair and balanced.
Real and true, real and true.
Hmm.
And I think
Hmm.
win buttons in games without a timer is a great idea. I think that it
Absolutely.
adds
Yeah.
so much diversity to the meta. Try it now, guys. We should be good to go.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Let me know if you're having issues. Can you block on seamless? Nope. No, you can actually. Yes. Just check that neither of you are blocked. But I don't have anyone blocked, so unless you've blocked me, it shouldn't happen.
I would block Montage on Steam.
I would for his disgusting one-shot builds,
Hmm.
terrorizing PvEers, absolutely fucking
I
appalling.
Speaking of which, I'm so happy that Rolling Sparks got the nerf it did.
Yeah, I agree. I think that that was actually not a bad idea, like having one-shots and stuff like that. Let me know if you guys have still have issues getting in. I've just rebooted the world, so we'll see if that makes a difference. If not, I'll just do a flat. Not working still. Okay. Me.
While we're waiting, do you want me to sing Wonderwall to you?
No, I'd sooner eat nails personally, not because of your singing, but because Wonderwall is such a good song. That I might
Hmm.
not be
Mhm.
able to deal with it happening. All right, give me just a second, folks.
You are my Wonderwall, though.
But after all, you're my Wonderball. Give me a moment. Yeah, it's a curiosity. I don't know why I would be doing this. Just take it a minute. Here, we're just gonna take a quick break while we wait for this to get back in. So we'll be back in a moment. Mwah. Hey everyone. Just to so you guys know what's going on, we're just trying Steam resets and stuff like that to try and make sure that we can actually get people back in world. Oh, I have someone in. Oh my god. Okay.
Oh, perfect timing, huh?
Yeah, you're in. That's right. We have Darcy's in. So it's now
of
done.
PvP smile on you.
All right, cool. I was gonna say if push comes to shove and we can't get it working, I am not hosting a PC tourney on vanilla. That's not fair to either the contestants or anyone else. So we would have delayed the matches, but it does seem as though we have our players in. Let me just. Oh, I just closed everything, so I'm gonna have to restart that. Let me just get all of my software back up and running after the restart, so my apologies, folks. Yes, hey guys, does anyone know if Carrion Sovereignty has been nerfed? It doesn't poise break and it doesn't have hyper armor now? I have no idea. That's not something that I've had an opportunity to play around with.
What is Carrion Sovereignty?
I have no idea. It's the first I've heard
I'm
of
assuming
it.
a spell?
Possibly.
A new spell?
Yeah, Jess, if ever there's a PC tournament and it's not going to be on Seamless, I am never hosting on Vanilla. I think that it's Vanilla is an affront to my delicate sensibilities. Darcy Dex. Okay, I think we're good to go. It's the TS Catalyst.
Oh, the TS Catalyst. Wait, no, it didn't get nerfed. The TS Catalyst got buffed. Its sorcery scaling is actually very good now. It's on par with like the Carrion Glintstone or Academy Glintblade staff now, I believe.
Nice. All right, folks. It is going to be Darcy's in red, Dawn in blue. We have both of our contestants in and ready to go. Jaker, are you prepared?
Oh, I'm so ready.
All right,
God.
well then. And a 3, and a 2, and a 1.
Oh, wait, we do have Dawn walking up the stairs, saying a quick how to do to you.
Yeah, I've just toggled the PvP. Make sure you both rune arc and stuff. Dawn
Right.
HP is wrong, maybe.
Actually, both of them look like they're on lower HP. Darcy's only at 2090 as well.
You both rune arced? Just check that you're both rune arced. Oops, there we go. Hang on a second, let me just do a quick check here.
Darcy's saying 2565. Okay.
Why is everything not working now?
Nightbot says, hi 2565, I'm Nightbot.
Huh. Oh, I just need to do a reset. 1 second, folks. Sorry, again, because of everything having to restart and stuff, yeah, there we go, we fixed it. Okay. Tally's left, tally HP right. There we go. Alright, we've solved the problem. I just needed to do a quick reset. Alright, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, both of our players are in, and on a 3, and a 2, and a 1. Ale.
Ale! And they are off, and we are seeing the physics come out post-haste. Neither contestant throwing... oh, no, we are seeing a Frostbot coming out from the side of Dawn, and Darcy is taking some big damage here. I cannot see exactly what is going on, because Enda has a skishy when it comes to camera work,
I hate
believe.
you. Shut the fuck up. There we go. And we're good. Now we have it. Cool.
Alrighty, now we are there. Darcy has taken some big damage here in the last 5 seconds as we were trying to get the camera working. However, Dawn going to be taking some hits from that Shamshir there, which I'm very surprised to see Darcy playing with now, other than the backhand blade. However, they're going for some trades. Darcy taking some big damage, down to 690, but popping the tier. Dawn really keeping up the pressure with that TS. It looks like the clean run, I believe. Dawn now also taking a lot of damage and very, very close to getting their tier popped, which we might see here in a few seconds as Darcy is on a Shamshir, of course. However, Dawn now switched to it. Was that an Ice Rhine Hatchet
Yes.
for 1 second? Then back to the Shamshir very, very quickly. Almost too fast for the naked eye to see. However, Dawn throwing out that Sacred Blade on the Shamshir, buffing the Shamshir significantly. We might see Dawn going down in the next couple of seconds here. However, Dawn is fighting for their life. Darcy's fighting for their life. Dawn is now on the back foot as it has become a true Shamshir v Shamshir mirror, with Dawn now switching to the halberd for 1 second. Back to the backhand blade, really pulling out all the stops on these swaps. However, it is not enough as Darcy punishes the jump attack with the Shamshir to finish the match.
Nicely done there on the side of Darcy's there, managing to get that Shamshir hit. Shamshir is definitely in a very strong spot against Sheer, for the simple reason that against Stock, the thrusting sword, by virtue of the fact that it still has one hit to stagger and Clean Rat does not. So it does seem that even in the 115 that it's going to be a very strong matchup into the Shamshir, at least evening it out. I'd be curious to see if the mirror stays, how Sheer does into TS, because TS is such low recovery. Although, to be fair, both of them have super low recovery. So I'm going to be super curious to see how this one goes moving forward. And it does seem as though we'll be keeping on that Shamshir versus TS.
Mirror. You know, I'm kind of curious how TS is going to play into backhand blade. To be honest, if we are going to see that, was that a misfire were you?
Yes. All right.
Well, either way, I will count you down.
And a 3, 2, 1.
Oh, you counted yourself
me
down.
And I did. Fuck you, Jaker. All right. Well, it does seem as though we are going to see the roars coming out. It does look as though we've seen the. Wait, is that Cragblade TS?
That is a Cragblade TS. That is rock candy on a stick you were seeing there.
Alright, well that's a curiosity if ever I've seen it. It is going to guarantee a poise break in 1, but that long cast means you have a very limited amount of time to actually use it. As we are going to see the Sheer doing some nice damage there, stuck in the corner. It also restricts the amount of swaps that we're going to be able to see on the side of Dawn, who has taken an insane amount of damage right off the bat. Darcy's is just running that TS down hardcore. Force back now once again, but it is coming back over. Strength on Cragblade does insane extra damage onto it, and the backhand blades are back out again. We're going to see the run R1s come out. The axe comes out to try and get an extra little bit of a proc. Force back now once again is Darcy's, who's just been put through the one-man blender that is the backhand blades. Force back in now. We're going to see the swap over to the spear. Jumping R1 comes through, not quite able to land. Force back in, that nice bit of pressure. The running attack comes through, but actually both of them are going to have a hitbox porn moment, and neither of them is going to be able to hit the other in that last exchange. Halberd comes out there. The Grey Katana into the Halberd comes through. Not quite able to land, as we are going to see the Starfist into the Blink Bolt. And there you have
the
it.
jumping
The jump
arc
over the
too?
top. Yeah, Darcy's is quite low now, but we are going to see that standing R1 come out to get that punish. 500 to 300, 183. Darcy's takes the second stock. Very nicely done.
Well played.
That's an interesting match, a match of swaps here by the looks of things, Jake. What are kind of your thoughts on that one? I'm kind of curious because we've seen an awful lot of weapon diversity in that match alone. Holy moly.
I was gonna say it's very hard to get anything like significant data from that, anything conclusive, because both players are swapping every 5 seconds here, and I don't know if it's like a game of like trying to catch the other player, trying to catch them off, or if it's a game of actually matching for a matchup. You know, like I can't really tell what is going through either player's head with these swaps, but well played to both. Honestly, the swaps are impressive. It's very cool to see, but we can't really glean anything from this, right?
I actually think that the idea, Darcy says that they're a matchup for me. I'm actually inclined to agree with that assumption, because like going Rakshasha into Halberd just can't press R1 now. It has to play off of its offhand. You have the fists. You can actually mash into stuff as well. Even when you're low HP, you do have some abilities with that hyper armor absorption boost. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, round 3 of our Brown's best of 7. For the top gift of not being allowed to play in tourneys anymore. All right, ladies and gents, on a 3, on a 2, and a 1, Jaker, take it away.
Olay! They are off. We are seeing the physics come out. We see you go to your menu. We see a Kukri come out from the side of Darcy, I believe, and a Frostpot come out from the side of Dawn, which is going to proc the Frost on Darcy, but Darcy is quickly able to bolus that without being punished. We are now seeing the Shamshir into TS, which is just such a classic. I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it on this patch, honestly. Props to Dawn for playing that TS. Despite a slight health deficit over Darcy, and Darcy is able to swiftly punish these attacks. However, Dawn switching to the backhand blade, which we have seen they are very proficient in, and they might be able to take this round just by sheer brute force of that backhand blade alone. Going in for the spinning slash, which is then going to be cut short, but then going into another spinning slash, which is going to take Darcy right on down, right within tear popping range. Darcy switching to the halberd as Dawn stays on the backhand blades. We'll see if they swap to something possibly a little bit better, but nothing really can compete with a backhand blade, even into halb axe here. Darcy throwing out that spinning slash, which is not going to land, but Darcy taking a lot of damage here. Darcy right there on death's door, and it is over as soon as Dawn is deciding, you know what? I'm done with this. I'm just gonna play Blackhand Blade. It's over. That's what I'm seeing here. That's but yeah. Either way, any thoughts?
The major thoughts there is that obviously the backhand blade is able to just it has frame data, is on reactables. The halberd is an interesting tech into it. I just don't think that I think that it's just too slow. Halberd or wands are very slow, and you're using it as a mix too with your offhand. Obviously, with the off axe, you do have that little bit of speed to be able to get that damage in and just have that keep out. But the problem is you're going to be out damaged and out traded with a very, very fast attack that can just come in and do nuclear tier damage. So I'm not sure if Hall Axe is the play, but to be honest with you, I'm not sure what is. I think with the rule set that I've laid out, and I'm going to be completely transparent, I set up this bracket so that backhand blades, we would have a chance to see backhand blades into the other main strong setups, just to see how it was holding up. This is just
I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I actually really do want to see like a shield poke setup into backhand blade, because as far as I know, backhand blade doesn't really do that much stability damage to shields. And doesn't get the chip like from like a scythe or from the sword of night or the claws, the night claws, right? So I would be curious if a great shield dagger combo maybe would be maybe the answer to this, or a shield poke combo. But either way, we haven't seen it yet. We don't know how to interact, and I will count you in a 3 and a 2 and a 1.
Alley indeed, and away we go. We are going to see both of our players here going for their respective buffs to physics. The clumps come out there to go do a nice extra little bit of damage, followed by a frostpot. Oh, we do see the lightning slash come out on the, I believe, is that double axe right now? No, it's axe off, bro.
Club.
Off.
Is that a hammer?
Off Morningstar, I believe. If I'm not mistaken, actually managing to get a taste. You know what, Darcy's wouldn't be a Darcy's match without some kind of frosty tier shenanigans coming up in here. Force back in now. Once again, we are going to see the empty jumps come out here on the side of Dawn, keeping on that backhand blade. The hyper armor might be an interesting tech into backhand blade, because backhand blade has so much forward momentum, but those CR1s are able to do so much damage. And there we have it. We have the swap back over onto the Great Cat. Darcy's is so far behind just by virtue of everything, and the standing R1 comes out again. Though you see just the amount of damage that's traded through there. Does not care, not a care in the world. High in the sky with those damage numbers, and that Great Katana can't really leverage his hyper armor. The backstep into R1 comes out there on the side of Darcy's, not quite able to get that connection, and there you see it. That's that damage. The standing R1 comes out there as a cancel. Force back in now once again. Great Katana is doing some serious work here, but we are going to see Darcy's interrupted into the spin slash.
Oh my god!
And down she goes. There he goes.
I hate to see it as a sports fan, because Darcy actually had a significant lead there for a second, and just to be taken all the way down in a matter of seconds from a very well done play from Dawn there, finishing off Darcy's there at the end. But man, is that depressing.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing, and keep in mind, if you look at if you exclamation point challenge or check the description for the actual rule sets. This is quite a heavily restricted backhand blade as well. It's not like I've just left it completely up and like completely unrestricted. No crouch poke tally, no grease, and by God, no. Or look at the pin message. Exactly, Chili. Thank you. But like, it's still doing insane amounts of damage. It is so strong right now, and it's exceeding even my expectations for how it would do. I knew it would be top. I didn't quite consider that it would be as top as it is.
Actually, before you start this round, can we take a look at their builds real quick? Is Dawn on a lightning infused backhand blade?
Just very quickly here, I'll probably have to reset all of these stats.
I'm
very
sorry.
Quickly, just give me a moment. It's just going to be Dex on the side of Darcy's, and Dawn is on a faith.
Oh, on a faith build. Okay, because I was curious because on high Dex, the lightning infused backhand blade is actually very, very fucking strong.
But we will digress. We'll go back to our speculations and theory crafting in a moment for rule sets in future. But give me I'll give you the count in, Jake.
Alrighty, yeah, and sorry for that little detour.
3, 2, 1, LA.
And they are off, and we are seeing the physics come out, and we are seeing the throwing daggers come out from the side of Darcy. Darcy saying, keep those backhand blades away from me. I've got hyper armor. I've got my Rakshasa. I'm going to out-trade you. And that's exactly what did not happen there, because Dawn definitely got some damage in there on Darcy. Darcy was unable to avoid it, even with the hyper armor of the Rakshasa. Dawn able to just kite around, or sorry, not kite, but kind of play around the hyper armor of this Rakshasa that Darcy is rocking. Dawn taking a tiny bit of chip damage there, but not really any significant amount. Really good backsteps on the side of Dawn, avoiding those crouch pokes from Darcy. Good micro spacing there, actually, on the side of Dawn as well. Just trying to find their opening, but they are just getting Darcy down with this chip damage, going for that jumping R1, which is going to do some huge damage to Darcy. Darcy making a bit of a comeback here with a crouch R1, going into trying to attempt the follow-up crouching R1, but it's not going to land as Dawn circles around, trying to find another opening in on here. Darcy going for that jumping R2, not going to land. Both players maybe resetting to neutral here. Trying to find a way in as Dawn pops Darcy's tier with a sneaky, cheeky little backstab. Not backstab, but, they ran in, they hit him in the back. It is what it is. However, Darcy now switching to a... Is that the Onyx scythe, or is that the regular... That's a regular scythe there.
It looks like
I can only imagine what their plan is with that. However, Dawn just able to whittle them down so quickly. Backshot. Shut up.
No, for real. I want to. The one thing I want to point out from that match is actually there's some nice little movement tech coming out there from the side of Darcy's going for those jump outs. Jumping is of course huge in ER, not only because of the fact that you can abuse the Z-axis and either dodge attacks or go in for a punish yourself, but it also gives you an opportunity to escape. You jump out, you have a much higher range than a run, but at the cost of like a cancel window. So it's actually kind of a cool little play there. Nice little bit of tech. But Dawn takes it in. Oh, not 1, it's 3 in round 5 in our best of 7. So there's some nice little tech coming out here on the side of Darcy's there, just to try and get those escapes in. So definitely one of the plays of all time, but again, just the raw damage output that these backhand blades are able to output, even with restrictions, is absolutely insane. We'll be having to take a look at it. I'll definitely be looking in future to see what can be done about this. It's very, very obscene, even exceeding expectations that I had to begin with.
I'm actually curious, is it limited to just the regular backhand blade, or are the other variations of it this powerful as well?
I think there's a couple of them that aren't quite as strong, but they're all very, very strong. I think that they're going to be here to stay no matter the restrictions that you put on them. I'd have to test the damage output in the rest of them, but that's we'll have to wait and see kind of moment. But either way, we do have both of our contestants in and ready to go. Jake, or will you count me in? What could be match point for Dawn?
I would love to count you in 3 and a 2 and a 1. Allez.
Oh my God,
I didn't whimper that time.
Oh my God, I'm so proud of you. I know that took a degrees of restraint that It would break the heart of me. But either way, we do see both of our players.
I see in your eyes. Yeah, that would break the heart of me.
All right, Aragon, chill the fuck out. We are going to see both of our contestants here going for some crazy damage. Force back now once again. Darcy's is already chipped down next to nothing. That jump attack comes through. The crouch attack. Oh my god, that R2 just covered so much ground there. Darcy's is taken insane amounts of damage. Oh my lord, as the spinning slash comes out there to try and get a catch. Crouch R1 just in case Darcy's going to commit to any form of aggression. I don't think that there's any answers here. Oh, goes for the scatter shot bow. Albrecht? I can't remember his name.
Ansbach.
Antok. Alright, he sounds like a demon from the Bible. Yo! Fucking got him as we are going to see a martial arts off here. We are going to see the swap in for the finisher here. That martial arts trying to go for that hyper armor. And Darcy gets kicked into oblivion. And look at the dandy. What a dandelion. He looks so menacing, but also he looks like a clown. You know how clowns can kind of look a little bit... Dueling shield banned. Dueling shield is allowed one-handed because of the last... Because of previous patch, the rule set was made, and I didn't feel like making changes the last day before a patch. No, dude, Dawn, you're doing exactly what I expected you to do, and thank you so much for it. Darcy's good fucking run. You've improved so much since entering the last one, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Dawn versus Pablo. Oh my god. The final, the finals.
And honestly, I'm really happy to see Pablo in the finals here too. He's played stupendously.
Stupendously?
Stupendous? Maybe a wrong
Super
choice of words.
duperly?
Superfluous. I don't know.
Stupendously?
No. Pablo has played exceedingly well in the last few matches. I'm very happy to see the Don v Pablo match finally happen. I'm very curious because Pablo says that he does not have much experience with the backhand blades, and I'm curious to see if Don chooses to use the backhand blades against Pablo here, and what Pablo uses to counter them, as he has been rocking the Rakshasa for this entire tournament.
Well, keep in mind as well that we are going to see it is going to be NA versus EU, Italy no less. They're honorary Callies that are the Italians, so we'll just have to see how this goes. And I know that Dawn does have some FPS issues on even base seamless. So Pablo, let's see how this one pans out. So hopefully this goes without a hitch. It's going to be 1. It's going to be 0-0, and our best to begin our best of 9, and then a bracket reset to follow on the side of Dawn if he does manage to pull through on this one. But both players are now out of the rotation for future tourneys. Congratulations to both. And now it's to see who's the best of the Nubas. The best and the no longer Nubas, because you do not get a second shot. It's either going to be, you could be second place forever. But Heartbreaker Jaker, will I give you the count in, bestie, for this the finals?
Oh, you could give me the grandest of count-ins.
Ladies and gentlemen, the finals. It is going to be Pablo in red. Oh no, it's not actually. I should probably actually make sure that they're in the right spot.
Wait, Pablo is blue, I believe.
Yes, correct and right, and it's Pablo in red. There we go. We fixed it.
There we go.
All right, that could have been disastrous. My tournament's in shambles. All right, either way, ladies and gents, on a 3, on a 2, and a 1, I'll lay.
And there we have it. We've got those physics coming out. We got Pablo in that beautiful Divine Beast mask. We've got Don in... What is this here? A halberd setup? We're seeing the halberd into the Rakshasa, not seeing the Blackhand Blades, which is very surprising to all of us. But Don is going to take first blood as Pablo gets in there with the off martial arts. Yeah, that's very curious. However, Pablo getting in with that crouch R1, going for a backhand or a backswing with the R1. And Don not able to land that martial arts. Very curious as to what Don is planning here. I kind of joked from the start of the DLC and the announcement of the martial arts weapons that Halfoot would be a setup, but it is not. And so I'm very curious as to why Dawn has opted for that. However, we are going to see Pablo with some great aggression there, popping Dawn's tier. Dawn going for the Ash of War, which is going to land at the very final little bit of it, just his toes tickling Pablo's massive chin, which is going to take a little bit of damage onto Pablo, but not enough to really even the odds here at all. As Dawn still has their tier proc. I know I'm dumbfounded. What is Dawn thinking here? What are they doing with this
I think
setup?
we're having a little bit of an experimentation, just to see what the off martial arts can do, because they do have interesting cancel windows. If they're anything like the claws, they're going to have an interesting window. But unfortunately,
that's not off martial arts. That's main hand martial arts off halberd.
yeah, and halberd into hyper. This is going to be my take. I'm going to forget about the martial arts, and I'm just going to talk about the halberd because it's something that I understand. Halberd into hyper armor is very sad because on reaction you can trade with it an awful lot. You can whiff punish with it quite nicely, but with the Rakshasa having as much range as it does, I don't know if that's really an option. Outside of like going for a bait your spacing, force them into the crouch R1, and then hit them in there. Both setups, Gen predicted are quite mid. Both poor G-Cat and feet weapons. I kind of agree, Cat, to be honest with you. Rakshasa is definitely an interesting addition to the game, but it's going to boil down to what players are able to do with it going forward. Rakshasa seems to be the guiding light of it so far, but that is going to be Pablo taking the first round. And as we see both of our contestants scamper in real quick.
I wouldn't call the G-Cat mid. Honestly, I disagree with you there, Cat. I think with its crouch pokes and the fact that it's actually very difficult to strafe its tracking, make it, especially with the Rakshasa, with the fact that it's got the hyper armor and everything. I would say it's a little bit above mid, but you are a better player than me, so time will tell if I'm correct. However, Enda, should I count you in?
I would absolutely love and appreciate you if you did. Darling.
Oh, I love and appreciate you no matter what you do. And in 3, and 2, and a 1. Ale.
We're going to go see the bill of damage there. No, honest to goodness, though, we are going to see the physics here from both of our players. We're going to see it does seem it's going to be a cat, mate. A cat off, a great cat off, the greatest cat off to ever exist ever. As we are going to see Pablo go for that standing R1, is going to get that hyper armor off though to be able to get the little bit of chip damage there onto Dawn. Dawn, however, both players are relatively close, about 20 HP in the difference, so it doesn't really matter. The crouch R1 into a standing R1, another crouch R1 and a standing R1 again. Not able to roll out there, unfortunately, is Pablo. However, that Sacred Blade comes out and is actually able to get that damage. Crouch R1 comes in here, but the hyper armor trade comes through, and it is going to be in the favor of Dawn, but only barely. But we do still have the Dawn with the tier, keeping these rounds here in neutral going. Pablo is quite low. There's got probably about 500 HP in the difference. Crouch R1 comes out. That is going to be the tier for both. The standing R1s come through. Trying to keep up that bit of pressure. Crouch R1 comes through. Tries to strafe it there as Pablo, but unfortunately eats a lot of damage. Yeah, it's going to be 1-1 so far.
Yeah, no. Beautifully played by Dawn there. Really adapting to Pablo's very oppressive Rakshasa. That's all I gotta say about that.
The biggest thing that I think is interesting about G-Cat is it doesn't really have many blend options. The best thing that it has is the cancel window on the standing R1, which I think is super cute. I actually like it a lot.
Oh, so cute, SD.
And as well as that, you also have the mix between the standing R1 and the quick poke to follow up. But the biggest issue I see is that you don't really have much animation blending options. Even with the giant mask that you can actually see what the hell their hands are doing. I do think it is quite an interesting that they didn't elect to go for another wave dash blending setup, but maybe they don't even know that's a thing. Who the hell knows? But either way, nicely done from the side of both. It's 1-1. This looks like it's going to be a neck and neck match, ladies and gentlemen. Yes.
Now this is a BO9, so I don't want to jump the gun on this too quick. But what are you willing to bet here, huh? We got a 1-1. I'm gonna bet on the side of Pablo. What are the odds?
I was gonna go for
stakes
Pablo
there?
as well. Dawn has a ladder experience and rubs shoulders with an awful lot more of the ladder players. Pablo, to the best of my knowledge, doesn't quite as much, but I don't know what coaching he's gotten in behind the scenes. I know that Slans has been doing an excellent job coaching the other players and trying to bring them up. So you know what, fair play to him. But either way, ladies and gents, Jake, are you ready? I'm gonna say Dawn.
Oh, I was gonna.
Gift
You're gonna
sub.
say Don, so
Gift
I
sub.
was gonna bet you. Oh, 5 gift subs. Okay, all right.
5 gift
deal,
subs.
bet.
Dawn takes
Okay.
W. 5 gift subs.
I was gonna bet a shoey.
I can't do a shoe, yeah, my liver would fall over. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, 1-1. Dawn in blue, Pablo in red, and a 3-2-1. Alley.
All right, and both contestants are off with the physics, off to the races, and we're seeing the Frostpot thrown from the side of Don. Don rushing in there with a running R1 with that G-Cat, but Pablo says, no, I'm going to Hyper Armor, and I'm going to slam into you. Pablo still taking some significant damage, missing the Sacred Blade, but still getting some hits in there at the end, as they are still about neck and neck. Don jumping in, but Pablo quickly punishing, now catching Don in that possible vortex. Don going for that charged R2, which just looked absolutely beautiful from the side of Don, and bringing Pablo down into the back foot as he steps away. Don getting their tier popped. Sorry, Pablo getting their tier popped. I can't talk, but Pablo is on death's door at this point, as Don is proving to maybe be the superior anime fan with this giant katana rushing in there as Pablo rolls away from all of their attacks, trying to retaliate, rolling out from their retaliation, going for a trade at the end, which is going to finish Pablo off, bringing Dawn to 2, Pablo to 1, and me $30 short. GG's.
And you know, it's more of a, when you rub shoulders with the ladder a lot and you play against them a lot, it can definitely help an awful lot. I'd always advise players who are interested in trying out the PvP to grind out that ladder and get some sets in with some of the best players in the world on PC at any rate. And I do think that is worthwhile, and that's why that veterancy just means that you've played with some talented people more often than anything else.
And there is a big difference there. I remember there was a big funny thing that happened in a certain Discord, where somebody came in and was like, you could get good just by playing arena randoms. And most people disagreed with this individual. And it's been kind of proven. Like, you play with good players constantly, and you're going to get better. You play with the people in random arena constantly, and you might fall into some bad habits, and you maybe won't be able to excel as much as somebody who's
I think
training.
I think that it is possible. I think that it's just a fast track more so than anything else. Is that the hours you put in the arena against random latencies and stuff, but actually being able to test with good people who are competent, I think makes a huge difference. But either way, Heartbreaker Jake.
Yeah, either way, let me count you down.
Yes, please, best.
Yes. Oh my god. And a 3, and a 2, and a 1. Alley.
And away we go. We are going to see the physics drank. We are going to see the rolls from the Frostpots coming through. The Shasha is doing a really good job. Both the players here looking for those opportunities, trying to play it nice and safe. Those runaways go for a hit, runaway out, then again to bait the whiff. We are going to see that anti-air coming out there. Again, the latency is quite high between both of these players, so it's kind of hard to get that spacing quite right. And then we are going to see both of our players kind of chilling like villains here, trying to find any and all opportunities to get in. Dawn is currently behind. We're going to see a health lead here on the side of Pablo by about 700 HP, but that standing R1 is going to be interrupted by the crouch R1. We are going to see a running attack come through, not quite able to make it, and another interrupt there. Pablo looking like he's going to be able to even this one out. Force back now once again. We are going to see the R2s come out here, and the standing R1 but that hyper armor coming in absolutely clutch here. Force back now once again. We see these poise resets here coming through as well from Pablo. He does not have to fear. No fears, no crying, but that is going to be a frost proc there, and a fallback there. Tries to go for that R2. The jump R1 comes through here, finally evening it out.
Oh my god!
Yeah, the amount of damage he's able to lay out there, Jakers, absolutely obscene. And we are going to see the Godskin proc come through, 681 to 1000 HP. Neither side here. Oh, I do believe that Pablo's... No, neither side has their Tears, and that's going to be Dawn
my God.
taking the W as we see him
Dawn.
jump off into the sunset.
Don really, really proven to be pretty good there.
Yeah, pretty okay. I think I pretty all right. Pablo did an absolutely excellent job there of playing that long game, trying to desperately get that chip damage in that he needs to, play off of the fact that he has insane Phantom. But Dawn, once he figured it out, once he kind of locked in that latency, locked in the range, the spacing that he actually had to be able to hold, and the fact that he could win trades with that Frostproc Sacred Blade was kind of insane. Absolutely nuts. And that's going to be 3-1 in the favor of Dawn. And a bracket reset could be on the horizon here, Jaker.
Oh, absolutely could be. 2 more matches for Dawn, and we got that bracket reset. We got the tournament going longer, and who could want anything more than more Elden Ring PvP? And I do have to say, about that shepherd's pie.
If you need to take, you go take. You take a break.
Yeah,
do what you gotta do, brother.
yeah.
All I can say is, and Ando, good to see you in. But we're gonna crack on with this next match. It is gonna be Dawn 3 in blue, Pablo 1 on a 3-2-1 alley, and the bolt is out. The physics are drank, and my hat is put on as we are going to see those jump attacks come through here on the side of Dawn. Pablo here desperately trying to get an extra bit of damage. We do see the hyper armor trades coming through here on the side of Pablo, who is doing some very, very nasty damage here on the side of Dawn. But that Sacred Blade, he probably will not be winning those trades if he's actually able to get them. But he is not as of right now, as we see the... Oh god, sorry, excuse me, the insane amount of damage that's being able to output through here with these katanas. But the Rakshasa versus the basic great katana here, Pablo leveraging that hyper armor actually managed to get a bit of damage there. Dawn just been put through the one-man blender, and that's going to be 2-3, and still in the favor of Dawn, but we might be seeing a comeback here from the side of Pablo. Maybe he listened to you, Darcy's, maybe he's locked in. Maybe that's what's going on here. And GG's to both. Well played. Asus of Astora, welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, we're looking like, it's looking good here. Is a Pablo sweep coming through with him, leveraging that hyper armor. The only interesting interactions that I can see is the amount of damage that we are seeing from the side of Dawn is actually kind of obscene. But, Pablo is just able to get those hyper armor trades in and actually do the real amount of damage that needs to be done. So we're just going to wait very quickly here for both of our players to get in and scamper back into the arena. As we should be seeing both players get back in nice and lively. There we go, there we go. It is going to be Pablo 2 in red, Dawn 3 in blue. Let's get this show on the road.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm back.
You're back? Hi back, I'm Enda.
Hi Enda, I'm back.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen. On a 3, 2, Jake, are you good to go?
Yeah, let's go. Let's do it.
On a 3, 2, 1, allez.
All right, and I see now that Pablo won the last round. That's very cool. And now we've got the physics out from both sides. We're getting a frost pot thrown by Dawn, which is not going to land on Pablo, as Pablo goes in for the kill, getting a little bit of chip damage on Dawn, who is now on the stone club, trying to match the hyper armor of Pablo's Rakshasa. And they are going and getting some good damage there on Pablo with that stone club. Pablo able to retaliate in turn with just the absolute range of that Rakshasa. And going for the crouch are ones which are going to poke very fast, 14 frame startup, I believe, which is very insane. Going for the frost pot from the side of Pablo, which is not going to land. However, Dawn going for the savage Lion's Claw, landing the first half, but not the second half. Pablo is able to escape it, but just barely, holding on to his tier, holding on for dear life, as Dawn goes for a second savage Lion's Claw, which is going to land, ending the match. Oh my god, Dawn at 4 now.
4,
what a way
2.
to finish.
Well, that's an interesting one.
The Savage Lion Claw, man. I actually fucking love seeing that in a competitive setting. It needed a little bit of love.
It most certainly did, and oh my god, the I believe Braun has correctly pointed out that might actually have been a Lion's Claw tier skip.
No, that absolutely was a Lion's Claw tier skip. And honestly, like, this new Lion's Claw, it's very funny. Because, like, normally Lion's Claw, right, it's very easy to kind of get behind them, maybe go for a backstab, very easy to punish, very telegraphed. But with the follow-up now, with just being able to do a second one and punish whatever they were planning, it's beautiful. I
think
love
as
to see
knowledge
it.
check go, that's fucking hilarious, and I'm all for weird shit like that. They can do well, but either way.
600 speedrunning flattery here with a 5 gift subs to the channel.
Oh my
by
god,
the way.
thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. But ladies and gentlemen, there we go. We are going to see our shenanigans going through here. My apologies. As we are going to see Pablo actually managing to take insane amounts of damage. The Savage Line Claws come out there once again, but it's not quite able to do what needs be done. And we are going to see both players here looking to get extra bits of damage in 250 to 175 there now at this stage. Dawn is coming from behind here, is going to eat an awful lot more damage, but that hyper armor on the Stone Club is just able to go burr right now once again, and we are going to see both players here, the jumping attack come through, and the R1 force back now once again is of course Dawn, who's coming from behind here, but that hyper armor is absolutely insane, and he's just able to keep mashing. And the Savage Line Claw into the follow-up, none of it able to actually connect, not able to roll out there, probably stam checked there all in all. Dawn is quite low, but Pablo still has his tier. This is a kind of nutso right here, as we are going to see Pablo going for that, very smartly going for the ballast there, just to try and get it. Dawn is quite low. We are going to see the attempted armor, hyper armor trades, and that's going to be
what a roll catch
low.
there at the end, though, for Pablo. What a fantastic play.
Absolutely huge there. And that's the thing that's going to be interesting to see with the Rakshasha and the other things. It does have an awful lot of options, and that's kind of powerful, honest to goodness. Like, the amount you're able to actually output here with all of these different setups and the amount of, like, just... We're seeing new stuff, basically, is like the overall vibe, right? We're seeing an awful lot of new stuff. The buffs on the Stone Club are huge, and it is quite a difficult thing to whiff punish with, given how fast it was to begin with. I haven't had the pleasure of going against it in a competitive setting yet, but it does seem to be quite strong, ladies and gents. And that's going to be Dawn for Pablo 3. And I'm super stoked to see how this, what could be, it still could be match point for Dawn. But we might see a reverse sweep come out here on the side of Pablo.
And Pablo really pulling his weight here. Really, you know, it's like, there's always going to be another mountain, and Pablo's going to make it move. And it might be an uphill battle, and I don't want to see him lose. Thank you, Miley Cyrus. But either way, you want to cut in?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Jake, are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
On a 3, on a 2, and a 1. Never took you for a Miley fan, Jake. That's you know what? Listen.
Let's see Pablo come in here like a wrecking ball, and just let's tie this thing up. But either way, we've got Dawn back on the Stone Club with Pablo on the Rakshas, as Pablo gets almost frost procced, but does not narrowly avoids it as Dawn throws out that frost proc. And they are now nearly tied, actually, as they have both dealt a fair bit of damage. Now they're just kind of playing the footsies game, resetting back to neutral as Dawn throws out that Savage Lion's Claw with the follow-up into a couple R2, R1s that are not going to land. However, the follow-up on that Savage Lion's Claw is very fucking powerful and bringing Pablo all the way down into a severe health deficit, actually. However, Dawn bringing it back, going for another Savage Lion's Claw, and Pablo seems to have downloaded the data, realized how to dodge it to narrowly escape it. I'm wondering if Dawn is going to maybe swap here, try something different, perhaps, because Pablo's hyper armor is just such a fortress to get through.
Yeah.
But Dawn now in the lead with this Stone Club.
Oh my god, he actually landed it again!
Pablo getting hit by another Savage Lion's Claw, no longer with a tier. Dawn in the lead, still holding on to their tier, and Pablo just scrambling to figure out what to do here. I don't even know what I would swap to here as Dawn takes it.
Dawn
Takes the BO9.
setting,
First to 5.
Resetting the bracket. You still feeling confident?
The bracket.
Still feeling confident there, Jake? Jake, you know.
Oh, I already gifted you 5 subs. I was doing it just for that duel, but
Oh wait,
yeah.
did you?
So yeah, I did.
You
But
dumb
also
fuck.
Amelia
Oh my God.
just gifted you 5 subs as well. So
Thank
that's
you
pretty
all
cool.
so much. Again, this community support, as soon as Den maps are back up and running, we'll be probably doing something try-hard in the not-too-distant future, so keep your... I've been delayed in doing them recently because I've been busy, but now with Den maps and Seamless and everything set up again, we're good to go. And I just want to make sure that we realize, Jaker, thank you so much. 6, thank you so much. 6, yeah, and for the subscription yourself. Yeah, what's a test?
I wouldn't.
Reset. It means that you now do a best of 5. You've basically won.
So yeah, so the bracket reset is because if you went to losers and then made it all the way through losers up to finals, and you were the winner of losers and you won. The thing is, Pablo hasn't lost yet,
So
except for in your match, and so it resets the bracket. So you have to do 2 full rounds.
Yeah. You basically he goes into losers bracket is like the idea. And we're just waiting now for Dawn to get back into position. It's a Giga based. I absolutely adore it. I think that bracket resets and stuff like that are super hype. Everyone has 2 lives exactly. I did think of scrapping it just for the sake of time, but it didn't seem particularly fair, especially not in more competitive situations. So I just got a message from Amelia. It seems that the Tories did not do very well. Oh Jesus, they didn't do well. Holy fuck.
The Tories are cooked.
Oh, they are a little bit shattered.
Are we happy about the Tories being cooked?
I mean, they've been in power for like a decade now, if not longer. So they've had their turn to do whatever damage they needed to do. But either way, ladies and gentlemen.
And as your Tories get cooked, our monarchy gets established. Happy July 4th.
I love the erosion of democracy. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move forward in our next round. Are you ready, Jaker?
Okay, I want to ask you a question before we start this.
Mm-hmm.
Which lion helmet is more powerful?
I
The
think that
dandelion
the big
or the
craze-
massive lion?
In terms of aesthetics, I think that the dandelion is really it just looks amazing, but the big giant lion is kind of Giga's aced. He's just like me for real.
All right, well, yeah, I will count you in. And 3, and a 2, and a 1. Ale.
I'm not casting with you again. It's a kind of a simple as. And either way, we are going to see both of our contestants. Was that a... What was that pot?
That was a sleep pot.
A sleep pot in the year of our Lord? My God, that's crazy. And we are going to see now the backhand blades earning their reputation and earning their keep as being absolutely cooked in this rule set, as we are going to see now. Oh, unfortunately, he has tried to do something, but he is going to be eating an insane amount of damage himself. Pablo is still in quite the health lead, as we are going to see the attempted frost pots there. The spinning slash comes through to be able to do some insane damage, and getting an extra little bit of chip as well as the sleepy pots come through. Trying to go for another one. The empty jump there from neutral. There is the side of Dawn, as we are going to see the spinning slash come through, but he's going to be punished there. Oh my God, the amount of damage, the one-man blender that comes through. Pablo is on death's door here, as we see another frost pot, and the running R2 comes out there to try and get some damage. The turnaway is there, and the trade to finish it out.
Oh my God.
Are backhand blades too powerful? Are they maybe a little bit too powerful?
I knew that going in. I knew that going in, Jake, on this rule set, that they were going to be insanely strong, and I didn't think
I
that
don't want to take. I don't
want.
want to take these W's away from Don. Don is playing exceedingly well. I just want to say Pablo is also playing very well. And I don't think he's getting outplayed at every turn. I just think he's getting outdamaged.
Yeah, the amount of just the sheer unadulterated damage output on those things is absolutely bonkers. Again, We wanted to see some. I wanted to see some footage that people can review to look at, see exactly what's what. I know it wasn't entirely necessary, but I do think that it's worth actually pointing that stuff out there. And oh my god, what have people done? A hype train level 4. Oh my god, you besties! Thank you so much. You all are.
Oh,
crazy.
look at all the hype! Oh my god!
I'm removing. You're not allowed to drink anymore, Jaker. That's we're revoking your abilities. But thank you so much, everyone, for the support today. It's been absolutely crazy. Definitely encouraging me to continue doing these. But either way, we have Pablo, Le Lion in the corner, looking absolutely grotesque, versus
Absolutely beautiful. What are you
Pablo.
talking about?
Dawn's in the near corner. Dawn's in the. We go on. I'm confused. Late 3, 2, 1. Go get him, Tiger.
All right, Pablo, first of all, you are beautiful no matter what Enda says. Words can't bring you down. But we do see the frost pots being thrown by Dawn into a frost pot after a sleep pot and going for those backhand blades, which are going to go into a trade. And actually, Pablo won that trade, it appears. Pablo with a slight health lead here. Both players trying to figure out a way in. Pablo saying, you know what? Nah, I have hyper armor, but also, nah, I'm going to get slapped here into the sleep pot from the side of Dawn. Dawn throwing another frost pot now and running after Pablo, who is saying, I have hyper armor, I'm going to trade here, and I'm going to go for a couple of crouch R1s, 3 crouch R1s, popping Dawn's bubble. Oh my god, Dawn is now in the fucking not lead, whatever you call that. Throwing out a sleep pot, throwing out a frost pot. You know how the story goes. Pablo significantly in the lead here. However, he just got his tier popped, and Dawn is still on death's door as Pablo's got the health advantage, going in for a hyper armor R2.
Oh, he goes to that trade.
Dropping Dawn from the spin slash with a trade, going back in, saying, you know what? I got hyper armor. I got the Rakshasa. Get fucked, Dawn. Your backhand blades ain't shit. I'm Pablo. I look like where the wild things are, and I just won.
Well, I tell you one thing: where the wild things aren't, they aren't going through a load. Well, they are going through a loading screen, but not from a death. That's oh my god! I come regular matches are both 7s, but the finals are both 5s. Just for the sake of time, Mag. That's all. It's the best of 7 is for the best of 9 for it's a bracket reset. Bracket reset that's how it works.
I love the fact that this just got tied up. Honestly, I commend both players playing so well. I love to see that comeback from Pablo there, proving that backhand blade is not the penultimate. That there is things you could do against it, like hyper armor.
But you're still so risky there, Jake, that it does so much damage in return.
It's, absolutely. Like, those trades are risky for sure.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, on this bracket reset best of 5, both of these players have played their asses off for the last. What is it now? 5, 6, 7, 8 matches, 9 matches, more at this stage. Let's get the show on the road. Count me in at your leisure, Heartbreaker Jaker.
Okay, let me just, and 3, and a 2, and a 1.
And away we go. And unfortunately, I'm just going to scamper back into the corner here. And we are going to see the frost pots and stuff like that. The sleep pot is definitely an interesting tech here to use for sure. But I'd be curious to see if these backhand blades are going to be restrained at all. Look at this here, the swap. There's just keeping that long neutral here. Pablo has to be careful. He has an unreactable run R2 to worry about. He's an unreactable crouch R1 to worry about. There's some animation blending to shenanigans that, of course, Dawn can do. He has to play it super safe, super careful, super slow. And then the sleep pod is out, and the focus into a spinning slash. That's actually goated with the sauce right there. Busting it down sexual style is the side here of Dawn, who's doing like that's actually good tech against this because of the lower focus. Now it makes sense. I remembered as we are going to see a tracking moment.
Is Pablo wearing the Solitude set at all? Because that kind of counteracts the focus,
Does
right?
not quite look like it, because from the looks of things here, it is Pablo wearing vets. Jaker's just a silly lad, real and true. Slants as we are going to
Oh
see
my
the
god,
frostbite
I'm
coming.
so silly.
It's so silly, goofy, haha. Not as silly and goofy as the amount of damage that both of these players are capable of outputting, as we see that crouch R1 hit for insane amounts of damage and evening the score up by a considerable margin. Still about 500, 600 HP in the difference, but it's not going to matter, as we are going to see Dawn taking an awful lot of damage from that attempt to aggress there. Jump attack comes through, the Rakshasa crouch R1 into a follow-up R1 comes out. We are going to see some very careful play here come out on the side of Dawn, who is not out of it yet. The jump attack comes through, but the trade...
Oh my god, Pablo takes it!
Oh my lord. Has Pablo locked the fuck in?
I think Pablo, honestly, he might be like my repressed memories and locked the fuck in. That is crazy.
I'm not entirely sure how he managed to bring that one back. I think it was just the overextensions we've seen from the side of Dawn. He tried to leverage the damage, but just got interrupted at every conceivable option imaginable. Was definitely one of the decisions ever made. But we can see there that you can still outplay it. It's just that when you do get hit, once that death touch hits you, you're in for a world of hurt because now you're in a mix. CR1, you have to respect whatever they come out with yet. They can spin slash. They can go for those run R2s. They can even go for a run R1 and try and pressure you out of it. They can even set up for a charged R2 to try and catch you out of it either. You have so many things to worry about when you are in that one-man fucking blender that you just have to roll. You need to find a way to get out. I need to study these matches on my anti-BHB curriculum.
Did you know, Enda, that the reason why there's so many hippo bosses in the DLC is because of Pablo?
I'm never talking to you ever again. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, on a 2, on a 1, Ale.
All right, and they are off, and we are seeing the physics getting drunk. We are seeing the sleep pots getting thunked, and we are seeing the cold pot also getting thrown. However, nothing is going to land as Pablo is expertly rolling all of these projectiles from Dawn. Dawn going for the running R1, but is not going to land into a trade as Pablo goes for the crouch R1, and now they are resetting back to neutral. Both players are saying, guess what? I just want to play tag. Let's just run around in circles, but Pablo is going to get hit by that frost. He is not going to take the damage, however, and he is going to ball us, and it's not going to get punished. But Dawn runs in, closes the gap. Pablo taking some significant damage here, as Dawn says, guess what? Backhand Blade does some big damage, so maybe watch your back, Buster. But Pablo does a crouch R1, which is not going to land, as Dawn says, guess what? I got more sleep where that came from, Buster. And now Pablo going in for the crouch R1, and it's going to hit. They're going to trade Dawn with the severe health advantage over Pablo here, saying, guess what? Your Rakshasa, your hyper armor, it don't mean shit to me. But Pablo says, guess what? I think otherwise. Let me do this to you. As now Pablo is in the lead with 1186 over 1127 on the side of Dawn. Dawn going in for another attack, but Pablo, I don't want to say that, but he says, Pablo goes like, nah, Rakshasa did big damage. I'm gonna big damage you. And Dawn throwing out another sleep pot, but Pablo is trapped in the sleep and goes to sleep as Dawn proves the backhand blades are the winner with the sleep pot. I am very curious here, actually, on the side of Pablo, why he is not opting to go for a different helmet, maybe, because that sleep prop fucked him there. I'm sorry.
No,
like,
it very much did. One of the things that is like one of the balancing factors to a certain degree is the fact that the focus build-up becomes so much more on the side of the beast, the whatever, the what's it called again? Hang on a second, let's do
Divine Beast Mask.
Divine Beast Mask, yeah. The fact that you get that focus down for all those stats, is it still worth it to rock it and just go for a swap if you need to?
Honestly, okay, so the thing is, with the Divine Beast Mask, I think that you shouldn't really rock that without Solitude Set, because the Solitude Set has insane focus, and it kind of counteracts it, and if you wear the new Focus Talisman +2, that will also kind of counteract that, but it appears to me that Pablo isn't rocking either of those, because he's getting slept way faster than he should be.
I think
so
another
it might be
thing-
something
yes.
for him to consider.
I think as well, we're going to see more and more tech develop around that and just like build making stuff and what people can actually do and what they want to do against it. I do think a swap is probably the same. There
we go, the Lionels.
Yeah. Well,
Did you
this
not
is...
ban Lionels?
No, I didn't actually. This is I will make fun of someone who... No, it's not banished night, so we don't get that. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, then the end of
Can I
clones
count you
will
in?
not... Yes, you can. And this match point between Dawn and Pablo.
All right. In an end of 3, in an end of 2, in an end of 1. Let's go.
We stray further from God every single day. Either way, we are going to see these sleep pots come out here just to try and get an extra little bit of sleep. We might have been a bit of a misplay here on the side of Dawn. But we are going to see Pablo going for that pressure. The run R1 comes out there, not quite able to connect. We are going to see Pablo here try actually managing to land that standing R1. We don't see the follow-up R1 there because we did see some patience here on the side of Dawn. Dawn is doing an excellent job here of just staying just out of distance. We are going to see a 300 health lead here on the side of Pablo, but the interrupts, they're coming out as we are going to see that Rakshasha do some serious damage. Force back in now. We are going to see both players now chilling in neutral. Empty jumps come out here. Frost is procced, and that's going to be getting Dawn some extra damage here. And that punish there into the spinning slash. Pablo stuck against the corner, but he does in fact actually manage to escape as the sleep pot comes out there, trying to read the run. The run R2 comes out, managing to get a nice tasty bit of chip. Force back now. Once again, we're going to see just that patience here. Oh, the sleep pot comes out there. We aren't going to see any mix out of it though. As Force back now is the side of Dawn. Pablo doing a good job of just waiting, keeping patient, trying to get those keepaways, trying to make sure that any form of engagement that Dawn actually goes for is going to be interrupted there, which is very nice. Another sleep pot comes out there to try and get that build up. Runner R2 comes out there to try and catch. I don't believe it did. The crouch R1 into follow up R1 comes out there. Not patient play here on the side of Pablo. Has to be careful as both pots come out there trying to get extra, as we are going to see that hyper armor come through into that follow up. Both players are very low. We are going to see Pablo here in tier skip range, but that's going to be the tier proc. Tries to go for a bit of aggression out of it. I don't believe Pablo has any tier skip opportunities here. He is quite low, yet more sleep pots. The EP, the NyQuil is out. That's Pablo going to be hit for an insane amount of damage into a standing R1. Pablo is very low. I can imagine that sleep bar is quite full. The interrupt comes through there into a follow-up R1. We don't see another follow-up R1. 87 HP to Pablo. Dawn with a very substantial health lead here. Are we going to see the attempted one-shot from Pablo to try and finish this one out? Or is it just going to be the touch of death here coming out on the side of Dawn as we see the swap over to two-handed halberd to get that little bit of hyper armor. Run R1 comes out. Pablo not quite confident enough to space it on this lat. The standing R1 comes out. The run R1 comes out on the side of Dawn. This could go either way, but the favor is heavily in the side of Dawn. We see the empty jumps coming out here on the side of Pablo. The jump!
Oh! Dawn
Jeez.
takes it.
Jeez. And the face of our winner with the golden blade and the dandelion face. Ladies
dandy.
and gentlemen.
Wait. Could you say dandelion?
The dandelion, ladies and gentlemen, I dare say. Absolutely spiffing chap, I dare say. But yes, Pablo, well played. You have improved so much as a player. I hope to see you in FOCs in the future, brother. You've put an absolutely phenomenal show on for both of us. And Dawn, coming through. The face of a champion, ladies and gentlemen. I wonder
like
what...
Pennywise.
He does. And honor bows come out here. Look at that, the face, the rotundity. Ladies and gentlemen.
You may not like it, but that's what peak physical performance looks like.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for joining us this evening. My apologies for the delay for all the semis and finalists. You have all performed absolutely exceptionally. Once Den Maps is up, either this week, probably not this weekend, but next, probably next Friday, we'll look into hosting a tryhard tournament. We might do a midweek one as well for a laugh, depending on interest. And of course, winners, ladies and gentlemen, will get priority of these beginners brackets do get priority into the more tryhard events. Jaker, It's been quite the adventure for us this evening. What have your thoughts been?
I've learned a lot, actually, and my overall thoughts, honestly, not any specific player, but to bring up the backhand blade, just seeing how powerful backhand blade can be in these tournaments that involve vanilla. But overall, I am really excited about seeing more of the vanilla versus DLC setups and the I don't know, seeing how they converge, seeing what happens, seeing the interactions between these things, and learning more. And I think today was very conducive to that. I think I've seen a lot of stuff I haven't before, and thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to cast with you, because I love hearing your voice and interacting with it. There's some huge interactions between your voice and mine. That's beside the point.
They do interact. We'll have to check the frame data on that one. But, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say thank you to all our players. My apologies for the rule set being as late as it was actually getting through. We were hoping that we would have Den maps up and running, but again, the hard work and all of that shenanigans on the side of all the people who've put in their heart and soul into making this stuff actually function. And I'm just going to be taking a quick peek here over at some links to send you all. Personal website.
What kind of links?
The link is Amelia's. Whatchamacallit? Her
Good
Ko-fi. Ko-fi is mostly what we're looking at, because again, all of the overlays and stuff like that you're looking at are absolutely they're substantial, they're fantastic, and we couldn't have done it without her. And of course, all the other peoples who are out there who've updated stuff. I know Amira, Amy, she's been doing an absolutely phenomenal job getting stuff, and Luke Yoy as well, 100% deserves an awful lot of love and all of that stuff. But yes, if you are thinking of donating, I thank you all for your donations. Of course, to Soviet, to Six, to Heartbreaker Jaker, to Veg, to Embern, who do it every time, Stowe, Jaker again. You all are absolute sweethearts.
Me twice? Wait, why me twice?
Because you did 5, you gave me 5 gifted, and you also gave me a gifted sub to Vilify. But yeah, ladies and gents, we're going to find someplace cozy to send you all. I love and appreciate everyone. And Jaker, you have the last word. Thank you so much for joining.
Oh, I don't want the last word. I have no words. My words suck. But thank you so much for having me. This has been a fantastic experience. And honestly, this is the first tournament I've seen so far where we've actually gotten to see the DLC weapons mingle with the vanilla weapons. And it has been superb. And I love you for that.
We give thanks to the players for putting on a good show. All right, folks. We'll find some.
Oh, right. Yeah. Thank you, players.